Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Are you doing well? Chat, I don't know how, but I wasn't able to fall asleep for a really long time yesterday. Right, because I hadn't slept the day before, right? What time did we sleep? I ended up only being able to fall asleep at like 2 a.m. Which means I'd been awake for like almost 48 hours. 43 hours-ish. I don't know why I wasn't able to fall asleep before that. Honestly, no clue. Anyways. Hello! How do you do? You still have a special place in my heart. What?
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Okay. Have you watched I'll Become a Villainous Who Goes On in History? I watched it when there were like 4 episodes out or something. I think I read ahead for that one. I'm not sure. All the titles are so similar. I'm not sure if that's the one I read ahead for. But yeah, anyways. Chat, I found a new manhwa yesterday that I am actually really liking. It's called I'll Save This Damned Family. And it's actually good. The premise is very generic, but the characters are actually likable and interesting. Pre-release will be today, right, Klugi? It's actually true. We will do the pre-release today. Oh shit, I'm capped. Ah! Hurry! Uncap the resin! Hurry! Hurry, uncap the resin! Hurry, uncap the resin! Ah! Quickly! You got a speed run. Break the count. Yep. Break the count. Lost like 5 resin because I was capped. Completely fucked up. Did I not crit? Right. I changed my... Because I was using crit food yesterday when I was doing the event, so... Wow. That's worth blocking. I want to check something. So, Nick sent me a DM. Apparently, he beat one of my times. I don't know which one he beat. Oh, he beat the first one. I see. He beat it by 3 seconds. But it's the only one he beat. Which means... Okay. Like, okay, dude. Okay, dude. Shut up, whale. Doesn't he have better artifacts? He probably does, yeah. I guess it's not that much better. His flower is like a lot better, but the rest is not that great. This is good though. Oh well. How is that only 3 seconds faster? It's a talent difference. It's because I'm more talented than he is. You know how it is, chat. God spreads the talents he gives to give everyone an equal chance in life. And so... because I don't have the ability to endlessly yap like he does, God needed to give me something else in exchange. Actually, no. He gave me hair. I wonder why I'm better at him. Or I'm better at Genshin than he is. Did God also just give you that animal goblet? I don't know. Because he wouldn't give one to Nick? Maybe. Perhaps. God works in mysterious ways, you know? Is Obsidian better than Plunge set on Varesa? No. But it's not that far behind if you don't want to farm for a new set. Genshin adds a skip dialogue feature. Would you be down to do a free-to-play experiment starting from 0? Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to do some more, like, more than one new account. If questing wasn't as awful as it is. Can I ignore using Plunge Set on Gaming? Plunge Set is worse than Crimson Witch on Gaming. Chat account win. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember the username and password to the chat account. So I don't think chat account is ever getting revived. I don't think I wrote it down anywhere, so yeah. Should have shared it with chat, true. Oh? We're pausing? That could be good. If it rolls crit or attack on the last roll, it could be an upgrade. And it won't. Okay, dude. This could be it. This could be the upgrade I've been waiting for. Please don't roll into defense. Just, I am begging you. Okay, that's great. It'd still be an upgrade. That's the worst part. I mean, now it's kind of sus. I mean, this is a 6 roller. And so is this, right? Wait, where's the new one? So is this. Wait, dude, where is it? This is also a 6 roller. So it's similar artifact quality, but more skewed towards crit rate. And it's higher roll value than this one. How many 6 roll feathers do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have I have 6 of them, man.
Everybody stand, get to work.
And thank you for the 5 months of Prime Metro. The other day you said every day 1% better, you'd be happy, so you can't be sad. I don't think it's an upgrade though. I guess it's an upgrade for one of my builds. I'd actually have to use the optimizer now though, because all of my builds are so close to one another. No. Well, maybe Lud needs a raise, but I'm not giving Lud a raise. I kind of want to level this, because it'd be funny if that ends up being a 6 roller as well. Oh. Whatever. If it doesn't roll into HP from 8 to 20, that's another 6 roller, by the way. I'm not gonna level it, though. Fuck that. I'm done. I'll get an exercise redeem. I don't want to do curls today. I'll do something else.
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Let's go find some treasure.
Okay, the business. You do your parametric transformer? Probably not. Might as well. Why does she fucking moonwalk while she's autoing? She's missing now, okay. That's worthless. Man. It's a bad parametric. Oh well.
Thank you for completing to Ad Astra.
Okay. So, what's the plan today before we get into the pre-release? Stall? I guess we can start with that, sure. That sounds like a plan. We start by staring, then we pound. Oh. I'm an idiot. I don't know why. Oh well. What OOO can mean? 0? I'm not sure. Indian currency? Rupee? Right? Is it rupee? I think so. But I can mean. Call of Duty, Black Ops, okay. Nope. Camera attached to a ski helmet, perhaps. GoPro. What ZZZ can mean. Sleep. Zenless Zone 0? Oh my god. The middle of middle. Do you think this is supposed to be like the letter D? And there's 2 of them, so D's? I think it is.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light.
What OOO can mean? You really got blank on me. I also don't know this. Do you think this is supposed to be like Surely not, right? And then this is hugs. Because, like, hugs and kisses, O's and X's. 3. A hold. That's crazy! No shot is Nah! That's crazy! Okay. Damn. What a mini. That was a good mini today. Balls! Nope. Andreas, Cryo, Sword? Chi-Chi uses Andreas? I did not know that. I don't think anyone knew that, because I don't think anyone has Chi-Chi's talents above level 6. Personally, I think the idea of staying the same forever is quite beautiful. But alas, that is simply not the way the world works. I'm not sure. There's not enough here. I'll just get that random. Is that Kirara? Yeah. Veg. Nice. That was good, chat. That was a good showing on the Genshin duel today. Let's do the Honkai Star duel. Is it Bronya or Sampo? Wait. No. Sampo is Jarillo. Oh well. Quote! The general is a true master. Okay. I feel like this is Yukong. No. Because this has to be a Lofu character who would refer to Jingyuan as the general, but who doesn't only look up to them. Because otherwise, they wouldn't say on like, this is too confident for a character like Yansing. Yansing wouldn't even have the thought, I can't match him on that front, because he'd have the thought, I can't match him anywhere, you know? And Fushuan would never admit that there's something she can't match Jingyuan on. So it has to be a character I'm not that well aware of. So it's probably one of the newer Lofu characters. Maybe it's her? I guess it could just be Tingyan, actually. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm a lore knower, chat. I inferred this. Is that Argentine? Yeah. I don't know. I saw a black bird that was like, maybe this is supposed to be like Black Swan. No, okay. Who the fuck is this, dude? I think I just need more. Lightning? Maybe it's supposed to be a lightning character? British? I don't know who this is, chat. It might be one of the characters I don't know. Isn't... I feel like there'd be a fox if it was him. I have no clue what the fuck she does, but I know she's fire. I get a feeling there wouldn't be a lightning. There's no shot it's March Hunt. Mose? Maybe it's Mose. Mose. Okay. Cool. I hate the emoji for Star Rail one. It's always so ass. So it's an Anomaly character. This might be the streak, chat. I don't know what Evelyn does. So maybe it's her. I heard Jane was Anomaly. I think Miyabi's Anomaly. She might be Attack, actually. I'm not sure. Bro, oh. Oh no, chat. Oh no, chat. Yanagi? Perhaps? Oh man. No, Miyabi's Ice. I don't know what element Jane is. I think Yanagi's Lightning. I feel like it's probably one of the two. Alright. Let me throw a coin. Heads or tails. And let me just make sure I don't get doxed. Okay. Alright. So, heads we go Jane, tails we go Yanagi. Heads we go Jane. No! The coin flip led me astray. She's physical. Damn. That's my streak gone. That was like a 60 plus streak. Damn. Damn.
Humans are the same. Except we call that light.
Damn. Alright, we'll do one Abyss Clear, and then I think we'll do the pre-release. Who should we play? Gumming? Meh. I don't feel like it today. On-field Farina? No. I don't really want to do that either. Oh, you could plunge. Why would I do that? Plunge Noel, no. Please, Navidad vape. Sure, you know what? Why not? Let's do vape Navidad. My potions. My strongest potions are fit for a beast, let alone a man. Actually, no, I don't want to play vape Navidad. Well, maybe you could do some burn vape. Maybe that. Sure, let's do this. And then on the other side, what should we do? Chaska? Sure. Let's do Chaska. Why not? Vivi Chaska, is that a thing? Yeah. It's the optimal Chaska build. Yeah, this feels like ass. I'm stopping. I shouldn't have played this. I hate it. It's... Alright, where's Bennett? Where's Malika? Where's Siglali? Let's do Late Child National instead. No. Let's do... What if we just do the most brain dead possible Naviretti?
Brace yourself. Time for takeoff. Let the world collide.
You are not welcome. Let the mighty be humble.
Bring it. Here we go.
We'll meet again. Bow your head.
Brave names echo. Think you can get away? What if...
Oh, I forgot the Freedom Burst. Well, who cares? Who cares?
Let's light it up. Keep me up. Burn it down. Everybody stand back. Fulfill our pact. You two. Time to end.
I'm not melting this, am I? I fucked up.
Bullseye. Knock him down. Yeah.
Oh, that was about as bad as it gets, huh?
Going in. Suffer the wrath of
Oops, that's not Malika.
the sky.
I'm too used to Malika being on the first slot.
Bullseye. Locked on. Fire in the hole. Yeah, let's light it up. Teamwork is... You two. Time to light up the blazing sun. Let's run. Open fire. Locked on. Bullseye.
Okay. Also, I'm not supposed to use Malika E during this setup. I'm a bit of an idiot, but it's fine.
Yahoo! Time for takeoff. Time to shine.
Silence.
Bring it. Let's play.
Oh my god, the ball is too far.
Bow your head.
Yahoo! Hear the echoes of the vote. Brace yourself. Think you can get away? Lightning echoing song.
Silence. The time is beckoning.
Bring it. Here we go.
Settle down.
Strike a pose. Brave names echo. Time for takeoff. Yahoo! Time to shine.
Be sanctified.
Oh well.
Here we go.
Alright, Am I gonna hit before the VV runs out, you guys think? What just happened? Where did my Cryowap go? Oh, I forgot to N1 like an idiot.
Teamwork is get to work. You two, time to end Parametric surge. Let's fly. Bullseye.
That's fine. I had forgotten how to do the rotation in this team. You know, it's actually a good team too. And it, yeah, it's nice. Oh well.
Let the mountains veins boil. Think you can get away? Let's play. Mining, echoing song.
Bow your head. The tides beckon. Settle down.
What is bro doing all the way over there?
Time for takeoff. Brace yourself. Time to shine.
Bow your head.
Oh. For some reason it didn't target properly.
Yahoo!
Well, it's fine. I'm still hitting 33Ks. Even without the... Or even through the resistance upgrade.
Going in. Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of the
He
Eastling.
dodged. What an annoying motherfucker.
Let's fly. Locked on. Fire in the hole.
Did I forget to use my Mawika E? I think I did.
Take me up. Teamwork is East Lolling. East Papa. Parametric surge. Full throttle. Let's fly. Open fire.
Oh well. Why is he booking? I got into the habit of it because I don't know, man. Sure looks like Chaska carry. Okay, the thing is, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? Chaska's actually not bad in this slot, alright? Like, even if you consider this to be a dual carry team, alright? The reality is that Chaska is actually not bad in this slot, at least in single target. In AoE, it's obviously pretty ass. But in single target, it's like not that bad. How is she compared to Chongyun? The teams with Chaska are actually very different from the teams with Moika. Your rotations are longer, but you do have more DPR. Using Moika with Varesa is just worse than using Moika Hyper Carry. When you're looking at damage only, every single team is worse than using Moika Hyper Carry. But, I mean, yeah, that's fair. That's kind of relevant. True.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below. Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Do the event survey. No. Well, you know what? Sure, let's do it. Doxed my gender. I have heard of this event. I have participated in this event on PC. Did I just do PC controller? I'm an idiot. I just saw PC and I clicked on it, but then my brain registered. Wait. My bad. My bad. Overall, how satisfied are you with the Enchanted Tales of the Mikawa Festival? Okay, unironically, this was one of the better events. The minigame gameplay was actually fun. It's just really shitty that there's only 5 levels of each minigame. But I did like the minigames quite a bit, actually. Fluidity of interface operations. Very unsatisfied as usual. Their event interface is always such a pain in the ass. You always have to get like through like 7 different menus to get to the place you want to get to. It's always so bad. Aesthetic design looked nice, I guess. Clarity of information. It was fine. How satisfied are you with the atmosphere? Pretty neutral. With the plot content, didn't pay attention. The rewards, don't really care. Time required, very unsatisfied. But the way it's phrased, it doesn't tell you, it doesn't ask you like if you think it should take more or less time. Like, my problem isn't that you get your rewards too early, it's that the event gameplay was actually fun, but it was done in levels and there weren't enough levels. But I don't think that's what they're trying to evaluate for this. I think the implied question is, did it take you too long to get your rewards? So if I say this, I think that's the information I'm conveying to them. That yes, it takes too long to get rewards, but I don't think so. So if I take the question literally, very unsatisfied, but if I try to read into the intention, I think I should answer very satisfied. How satisfied are you with the clarity? Don't care. Okay. The fucking whatever the hell this was. That was the worst one of the 3 events. But it was still fine. Controls that require holding a button should allow for the input to be buffered. Holding a button and it not doing anything because you started holding a bit too early feels like shit. That's pretty much the only thing that actually bothered me about that event. It was whatever. Okay, I liked this one. Wish there was more levels, but it was nice. Definitely not challenging, but it was cute. It was relatively straightforward. And the levels actually did feel different from one another. It actually did feel like the first world of a puzzle game, you know? How fun is the platform jumping? It was fun. I liked it. And then this one was my favorite of the 3. I like puzzle solving gameplay. That's pretty much what it can be boiled down to. I just thought it was really fun. How would you rate the impact of the following factors on your satisfaction with the event? Joy from the gameplay, number 1. Interface design, no. Rewards, number 2. Interface design, number 3, I guess. And then I don't care that much about the rest, so... How satisfied are you with the... Oh, boy! Oh, boy! What do you mean? What do you mean that's the only question? I don't want to reset the survey. I can't be bothered. Whatever. Whatever. Alright, chat. Let us... Let's get started. No more stalling. Actually, before we start recording, should we do some more calcs on different teams? So far, I've only really looked at Xianyun teams and Chiller's teams. I should look at Aggravate teams as well. The problem is that looking at Aggravate teams means I have to fucking do an Aggravate sheet, and that's such a pain in the ass. I guess I'll repurpose the Chlorine sheet I have. Alright. So... I need to open one of these as well. Wait, no. Okay. Oh boy. So... This is just gonna be completely gone. Yeah. Okay. So I need to look in at this part. The Q DPS or Q effective attack for Homa. I'll do the same thing here. Mental Q effective attack. Okay. I think that's the only important change here. Okay. Okay. Then this. Yeah, this wouldn't work either, huh? So first things first, assuming I have the exact same buffs set up, the numbers should be the same. Here. So let's just make sure that is indeed the case. 48,741, 48,741. Okay. Go to 1. So why are the numbers different? Why are they higher here? Because we're getting aggravates, right? Now, wait, no, it's not because we're getting aggravates. It's we actually have something different. But what exactly could it be? Everything is higher, actually. Oh, is it because resistances? Yeah, it's because resistances. If I put this back to 10, the numbers should hopefully be the same. They are! Okay. Very cool, which means this should be good. So we probably don't need this one anymore. Alright. Now that we've done that, we can add some aggravates. It should go to 88 if I add 1. It did not. Is it because I need to check this? No. Why didn't it do anything? Input E61. What's 61? E. Yeah. Wait, why is this at 0? Alright. Okay, so why isn't it getting added here? If I-48 is greater than 0, so it is right now, it's input, okay, yeah, times B36. Oh! It's because of this. Which means if I go to catalysts, yeah, okay. If I go to catalysts, it's there. Wait, what? No. Freedom's Horn isn't a catalyst. Wait. Is it because I still have it as selected as sword? I do. Okay. So now, yeah, now it works on catalyst. Cool. So that's fixed. So the aggravate stuff is fixed properly now. Very cool. Where can I find information on her ICD? I know her aggravate teams are going to be worse, so I haven't looked into her ICD stuff too much. And the data's not on HumDGCat. I don't think there's info. Damn. Probably fair to assume there's no ICD on her skill and charge attack and plunge. Maybe. Is it? Maybe I should take a look at a showcase, yeah. Varesa. Aggravate. Showcase. I think there's no ICD on it. I think that's what it looks like. Oh. Thanks for sending that link. Wait, what is attenuation? Oh. There doesn't seem to be... I think it's ICD. Are you sure? Because there is no shot her plunge has default ICD. I don't think there's a single character in the game who has a plunge with default ICD. They're not gonna intentionally nerf a plunger by having them be the only character in the game whose plunge has ICD. Like, there's no shot. And what, you're telling me that literally every part of her kit has default ICD? There's no shot that's true. That would also mean that her collision plunge would be able to apply an element. Nah, there's no shot. There's no shot that's real. I think that's fake. I don't think that's supposed to be standard ICD. I don't think attenuation is supposed to be ICD. Plus, when I look at the showcase here, kind of hard to tell, man. Fuck. So, 90k on the first one. Then 120 on the second one. Then 64. Five. 15. 63, 245. Wait, okay. Actually, I know how to check. I know how to check it well. I'll check the collision plunge and the normal plunge numbers together and take a look at how much bigger the normal plunge is. $59 and $155. So wait. 59, 127, 155, 909. Then the enhanced one is 65, 462. Wait, we don't see the fucking plunge number. Oh, it didn't crit. Never mind. 59, 127. Again. 172, 613. Wait, why is it bigger? Oh no. Then 63, 043, 245, 292. 52061, 137, 556. This collision plunge didn't hit. 4006, 4673 and 121, 610. Oh no, chat. It might actually be standard ICD. They really, if that's the case, that means they really don't want you to play her in Aggravate. They didn't want another official slave? Yeah. Wait, let me send a DM to TGS and ask him if what he used for his calcs. Okay. Assuming attenuation group actually is supposed to be ICD, what does this mean? So I'm so ugh. Ugh. Charge attack E and short SQ, you mean the Q2, are all the same group and default, and plunges are default alone in their group. But the plunges don't have a tag. So no ICD? No, it is standard ICD, but they don't have a tag. So does that mean that the collision plunge can aggravate, and then the normal plunge can also aggravate? But then for the next one, neither of them will aggravate? Is that what that means? No, group is just no ICD. No, because they have a group, but they don't have a tag. Usually the collision doesn't proc reaction. Yeah, usually it doesn't, which is why I'm so confused to see default ICD. Wait, actually no, I'm an idiot. Because it applies 0 U, so it doesn't matter. Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, so the collision plunge will never apply. But I wonder if it can yoink a reaction. No, because it's... Never mind. Okay, yeah. Okay. Never mind. Okay, this makes a lot of sense then. So... Basically, alright. So basically, the E, the charge attack, and the enhanced Q share ICD. And the plunge is also standard ICD. So over your first... So basically that's... One aggravate on the first E. One aggravate on the first plunge. How much time exactly does it take between everything? Yeah, it seems like you only get one per from that. Because you get your first E with this showcase at like 18.5 seconds. Then the second E happens at 20. And the charge attack happens... Wait, it happens before ICD reset? And then the plunge at like 21.5. So it's after ICD reset. So you'll get 2 on that one. Yeah, that aggravates. Then the Q doesn't apply. It happens at 21.5, then the Q doesn't apply, then the E happens at 23, doesn't apply. The charge attack at 23.5 doesn't apply. The plunge is gonna be the first hit. Okay, dude, I gotta, ugh. E, C, P, P2, C2, P2, Q2. Okay. So this is... We get one here. Then nothing, then yup. Then nothing, then yup, then yup, then yup. Okay. After that, so 22. The E doesn't apply. The plunge applies. The E happened at 23. Wait, no, the Q happened at 22.5. And you get a reset. Well, it doesn't matter. You might be able to get one additional here, but probably not. So it's probably going to depend on how tight your rotations are, but you're going to get between 9 and 10 aggravates. Alright. I will be assuming 9 for now. You get 1, 2, 3. 3 of them on non-plunge damage. Wait, I'm an idiot, actually. That's not true. This one doesn't apply. Sorry, it's between 7 and 8. My bad. So 3 from E, 4 from plunges, I guess. God, it really is barely anything, huh? My God. That certainly is awful. The AoE is pretty good. Okay, but the AoE's not better than on her other teams. If anything, it's worse. Anyways. So external buffs are gonna be kind of cooked for this. So set bonus, we keep this. External buffs. For now, let's look at with the Ensign still. So what do we get? We get we can look at Xianyun still, right? Oh, that means I gotta edit the sheet even more. Oh. Oh, 41. Okay, where does this shit go? I had it on this one. Oh yeah, also, this should look at 48, not 49. Either the special burst work with proto member passive, probably. This looks at B55. So let's look at our B55 for both of these. Change the name of the row and then the formula as well. Change. Input. Change it to 1 as well, just let the formula are the same. still got something very, very wrong. Why? Did I not change the 55? I thought I did. Am I an idiot? Alright, this is fixed. So we'll have 6 Xianyun hits. Xianyun's attack in this team. Is it going to be more or less? Are we still doing TDDS? Probably. Should be the same amount of attack. No. Yes. Are we going TOM Nahida? Probably, right? Aww. Oh, man. When I'm in the optimal set for an Archon competition and my opponent is TOM. Farida, Nahida, Raiden, Zhongli. Fucking hell, man. It's because we don't have any fucking support sets, yeah. And we have a lot of Archons that have off-field skill damage. Anyways, this should be good. Alright, now we can look at external buffs. So we do get TDDS, but I think that's the... And we get 35% attack. Yeah, and TTDS. And I think that's the only sources of attack we get in this team. No, I said TOM. And then if we're using Yeon-san, we get another 30 from C2. So for now, let's look at Yeon-san. We'll also look at Fischl though. Flat attack. Just get Yeon-san. Damage percent. Oh boy. Is it a... Actually, it probably is, yeah. Hakushin Nahida angle? Hakushin or Fav? I think for now we just use Fav. Canyon requirements might be too rough otherwise. Anyways, we get Cinder City. Oh yeah, Nahida won't fucking work well if you're using Yeon-san. You want to be able to get a swirl. Yeah, that won't work. If you're using Nahida, you have to use Fischl. It's the only way you'll get a swirl. That's right, Praso used Kirara, yeah. Alright, in that case, that means for now we'll look at Kirara. I think that's the first one we'll do. So let me rename this sheet to Varesa. Kirara. Xianyun. Yeon-san C2. And we will get... We don't get TOM anymore. Because Kirara's not wearing TOM. Are you using Sapwood Kirara? Instructor or Noblesse? Noblesse is probably better. But that means you have to build an FER on Kirara, which might be a pain in the ass. Sure. Let's keep her, have her on Noblesse. Noblesse Sapwood. Nah, let's just do Fab, not Sapwood. Okay. So external buffs here, what do we get? We get... For damage percent, we get Cinder City. And... Fuck, is that it? Is that the only external source of damage percent we have in this team? Oh, C6 Kirara. Okay, but that's fake. Like, who has C6 Kirara? Be honest. Wrong one. Me? Really? And then there's also the fact that, like, you do not have that much quicken up time even, unless you have C4. Because you have to swap the Lanyan after Kirara, or sorry, you have to swap the Yansan after Kirara, and then you have to swap to Xianyun after Yansan. Oh god. Yeah, that's... I guess we might as well assume C6 for on Kirara then. Let's say 10% average. Oh, you fucking idiot. Then I gotta go adjust the other catalysts properly. So starts at Lost Prayers. Goes up to Magic Guide. Copy this. Is that gonna work or am I cooked? Fucking hell. It's kinda cooked. That's fine, I can fix this part though. And this one is going to be a little different. Because it is a little different. The effective attack on a few of these things is just a tiny little bit scuffed. So 53. NX 53. I guess it's not the same, but it's still 53. For Vivid Notions. NM instead of NX. Okay. And then same formula for Elemental 2. Effective attack. But instead of 68, it's just 40. Alright, very cool. Why is Witzith higher? I guess because you have a lot less damage percent externally. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is fucking ass. Holy shit. Wow. This is awful. Jesus Christ. Let's take a look at with Fischl Nahida. With Fischl Nahida, you don't have the Unsun anymore. So we lose 30% attack. Lose 10 damage percent. But we gain 250 EM. Okay, that's definitely better. The damage is like 6k lower. Or the DPS is like 6k lower. 8k lower. Wait, 32k flowing purity versus... No, it's more than that. Wait, no, that's the wrong team. $38k. So yeah, 6k lower DPS, but you also have Fischl. So it's 100% better. And Nahida, yeah. Does Nahida burst? Yeah. You don't necessarily need to use Nahida, though. You could still use Kirara with Fischl. 40k DPS team in 2025. This is not team DPS. This is personal DPS. But yeah, it's still pretty ass. Alright, so basically, the way Varesa's numbers are balanced, she's got some pretty solid motion values and relatively unfavorable aggravate ICD. Which means if you really want to play her in aggravate, you have to do it with Fischl, because you won't be able to do any fucking damage otherwise. But you're better off not playing her in aggravate at all. Alright. I think now we're ready. for the pre-release. So everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome! Hi! To the Varesa pre-release analysis! And there's quite a bit to say about this character. So without further ado, let's just get right into it. Varesa is an electrocatalyst, who is designed around a relatively straightforward, but seemingly complicated gameplay loop of using your skill into your plunge. In practice, she's going to play very, very similarly to Gaming. But obviously without the melt, because she's Electro. So, her base HP, 12,699. Base defense, 782. This is pretty standard, maybe a little bit above standard for defensive stats on a carry. Her base attack, 356, very high. But as is always the case when it comes to character base attack, the base attack itself doesn't mean that much in a vacuum. It only means something when it's contextualized with the numbers on the rest of the kit. Crit rate, Ascension stat, which is also pretty significant, especially on Natlan characters. Natlan characters with a crit rate Ascension are gonna tend to be a bit harder to build by default because of how strong Codex is. However, with Varesa, it won't be as bad as it is on characters like Chaska. On characters like Chaska. I guess it's not here. Because she's getting released with her own signature artifact set. The Long Night's Oath. 2-piece, plunge attack damage increased by 25%. 4-piece, after the equipping character's plunge attack, charge attack, or skill hits an opponent, they will gain 1 to 2 stacks of the 4-piece effect. Up to once every second per type of attack. And each stacks gives you 15% more plunge damage. In other words, when you use your plunge, you gain 1 stack. When you use a skill, you gain 2. When you use a charge attack, you gain 2. In Varesa's case, the thing that sets up her plunge attack is doing a skill into a charge attack that puts her into the air. But we're going to talk more about that later. But all you need to understand for this part is that she gets all of her stacks just by using her kit very, very easily. I might make a video on the artifact sets that are coming in the next patch as well. So let me know if that's something you'd be interested in. But yeah. Because she has an artifact set designed for her, it means that her crit rate ascension isn't as much of a problem because, well, when you look at characters like Chaska, right? Or characters like Molani, crit rate ascension plus obsidian makes it so that with a crit rate weapon, it's really hard not to overcap crit. Even without a crit rate weapon, it is a bit harder not to overcap crit than on other characters. But because Varesa is coming out with her own signature set, and that signature set is not a crit rate set, this shouldn't be too much of a problem. In any case, let's get right into what her kit does. And fair warning, there is a lot of words in her kit, and it sounds a lot more complicated than it actually is. But first, we'll say how they write it, but don't worry, I'll explain it in a way that's pretty simple afterwards. So, normal attacks don't matter. Charge attacks. Consume a certain amount of stamina to headbutt opponents in front, dealing Nisal-aligned electro damage, and using the momentum to leap into the air. Her charge attack makes her jump, and that jump is high enough to do a plunge attack. Plunges from midair, strike to strike the ground below, damaging opponents and dealing Nisal-aligned AoE electro damage. If Varesa is in a combat state upon landing, or if the shockwave from her plunge attack hits an opponent, she will gain 25 Nisal points. She enters the Fiery Passion state upon reaching maximum Nisal points through this method. Her Nisal point limit is 40, so she gets 25 of those 40 Nisal points from doing a plunge attack. Fiery Passion, so when she does enter that state, her normal charge and plunge attacks will get buffs. They will do exactly the same thing, but with more damage. That's pretty much how you can think about it. However, the plunge attack, instead of generating Night Soul points in her buffed state, will consume Night Soul points. Skill! With footwork swift as lightning and fierce as thunder, Varesa displays the true spirit of a Luta Libre, rushing forward a certain distance and dealing Night Soul aligned electro damage to opponents in her path. After using this skill, Varesa gains 20 Night Soul points and gains the follow-up strike effect. She has increased interruption resistance, and when doing her normal attack, she will quickly unleash a charge attack that doesn't consume stamina. And you can only use that once. You tap, it's a small dash. If you hold, you get the exploration version of it, where she just goes fast. When she is in the sudden onrush, or Fiery Passion state, it's counted as being in Night Soul Blessing. So, in other words, while she has full Night Soul, she enters her Fiery Spirit state, Fiery Passion state. Okay, and by the way, there's like 83 different names for different states and abilities that are just another ability copied with slightly bigger numbers with a different name. So if you're lost, don't worry, that's normal. I'll help it come together at the end. So sudden onrush is just the exploration state, so that one doesn't matter. Fiery Passion, this is just repeating that this is just telling you what the rest of her kit already tells you, which is the ways to get Night Soul points. And same thing here, it's telling you what the rest of the kit is already telling you, which is that when she's in her Fiery Passion state, her things do more damage. But also, when she does a plunge attack in her Fiery Passion state, it lets her do a special elemental burst. For the purposes of this video, and just for the purposes of talking about Varesa in general, I'll be referring to her elemental burst as either the small burst, short burst, mini burst, special burst, or Q2. Q2 because it's the second version of her Q ability. But I might use the terms interchangeably by accident, but just know that when I use one of those words, I'm talking about the special elemental burst she can do sometimes. Fiery Passion lasts up to 15 seconds, but that doesn't matter because in practice, it will end when she runs out of Night Soul points. And as a reminder, when she does a plunge attack in her Fiery Passion state, she consumes all her Night Soul points. What that means is that you use your skill generates 20 Night Soul. The skill lets you do a special charge attack, which makes you jump, and then you do a plunge attack. Plunge attack generates 25 Night Soul. You're now at 45, which is more than 40. You filled it up, and that activates the Fiery Passion state. Now, in the Fiery Passion state, use your skill again. When Varesa enters the Fiery Passion state, she will obtain an additional charge of her elemental skill, and its damage will be increased. So that second skill is pretty much just free. It doesn't count as a default one. She starts with 2 charges. But all you have to keep in mind is that the skill that you use while you're in Fiery Passion is effectively free, right? You get it from entering Fiery Passion, and it doesn't really count towards your cooldowns. So, you're now in Fiery Passion. You get a free skill. You use that skill. Again, use the charge attack, or the input a normal attack, which does a no stamina charge attack, makes you jump. And then you do the plunge attack in your Fiery Blessing state, or Fiery Passion state, which consumes your Night Soul and deals more damage. After that, you're back to where you started, and you just do the same thing again with a second charge of your skill. One thing, though, is if you have enough energy, after that special plunge that consumed your Night Soul, you can do the Q2. You can do the special Q. After doing that. Which means that her base gameplay loop is you skill, charge, plunge. Then you do the same thing, but after that second one, you use a Q2. After that, you just repeat the exact same thing. There's a bit of nuance that goes into all the long words and shit. So let's quickly talk about it. So Codex buffs damage of characters that are in Night Soul's Blessing. But she only enters Night Soul's Blessing once her bar is full. Because that's when she enters Fiery Passion. That means that there's going to be a portion of her damage that isn't buffed by the 2-piece of Codex. On top of that, Codex only gives a crit rate after you consume Night Soul.
But if you were paying attention, you may have noticed that she only consumes Night Soul when she does her second plunge attack. The first skill, charge attack, and plunge happen before you consume Night Soul. The second skill and charge attack also happen before you consume Night Soul. So almost half of her rotation is not going to benefit from the Obsidian buff if you do default rotations like this. Just keep that in the back of your head for now. Keep that in the back of your mind for now. Anyways, next up, Elemental Burst, Glory Vent. Leaps into the air before using the momentum of the drop to unleash a powerful flying kick, dealing Night Soul aligned AoE electro damage to opponents. Just like those heroes of justice in Woven Scrolls for Kids. Ooh. After using this skill, Varesa's Night Soul points will be restored to maximum, and she will enter the Fiery Passion state. Unless your skill is on cooldown, this doesn't really matter too much, because you can fully generate your Night Soul from one skill into plunge. In the Fiery Passion state, Varesa's Elemental Burst will deal a greater amount of Night Soul aligned AoE electro damage. If we look at the numbers on it, the default burst motion value is actually really low, which means that you could use it to generate Night Soul, but if you want to use the big burst, it does a lot less damage than if you were to use that big burst after you've generated Night Soul. The problem is that even that buff number is still relatively low. Additionally, she will briefly activate Apex Drive after using a plunge attack while in her Fiery Passion state, so that's what was mentioned earlier. After she does an enhanced plunge, right? So every second plunge that she does, she can use the Q2. So Apex Drive, which is the status effect that you get that allows you to use the Q2, increases Varesa's interruption resistance. This is actually kind of a big deal because the amount of time that you have to use your Q2 after the plunge attack isn't that long. So if you got knocked back right after doing that plunge attack, that could be a problem. So the resistance to interruption here is kind of nice. While affected by Apex Drive, Varesa can ignore her Elemental Burst cooldown and consume less energy to use a Special Burst. So this Special Burst, right, whether your burst is on cooldown or not, you can use, as long as you have the energy for it. And you can only use it once after that Special Plunge. That Special Burst is basically just a glorified plunge attack. So it works pretty much exactly like a plunge attack, but it does more damage. And you don't have to set it up by jumping or using a charge attack first. Well, you do have to set it up by doing another plunge attack first, but you don't have, like, jumping animations on top of that. Ascension passes. After using her skill, she gains Rainbow Crash. During this time, when she uses a plunge, that plunge deals more damage. In other words, and this additional damage is additional motion value to the plunges. So in other words, what that means is that skills that are done after plunges, plunges that are done after skills do more damage than plunges that are not done after skills. So this is something that buffs the plunges, but not the enhanced, or not the Q2, not the Special Burst, because you don't use a skill. You don't use a skill for that. The numbers here are not updated yet. The actual numbers have been changed lately from 6150 to 5180. So less on the small one and more on the big one. But another thing to keep in mind with this is that if you're trying to use your plunges more often, so for example, if you're trying to use her with Xianyun and just ignore the skills entirely, you are losing out on a good amount of motion value because you're not benefiting from this. Because of that, even if you do end up using her with Xianyun, you pretty much never jump. Ascension 4 passive, the hero twice returned. When a nearby party member triggers a Night Soul Burst, Varesa's attack increases by 35% for 12 seconds, max 2 stacks. Each stack's duration is counted independently. This says the hero twice returned, but this is more like the hero twice returned, but only if you have Shiloden. By default, Night Soul Burst has a cooldown that depends on the amount of Natlan units you have in your team. With 1 Natlan unit, it's 18. With 2, it's 12. With 3, it's 9. Most of the time, you play her with at least one other Natlan character. So the cooldown is either 12 or 9. So it's full uptime. And there may be some overlap between the first and second stack. But the overlap, if you have 3 Natlan units, is at most 3 seconds. In practice, less than that. However, Shilonen has a passive. Is it a passive or is it just part of the skill description? Whatever. Shilonen has an effect that triggers an additional Night Soul Burst when she fills up her Night Soul bar. Which means that with Shilonen, you get the second stack very easily. Personally, I think that's an omega scummy way of going about it, because, like, it doesn't explicitly say you have 35% more attack with Shiloden, but that's pretty much what it does, and I think that's kind of fucked, honestly. But in practice, as we're gonna see when we start talking about the teams, Shiloden isn't really part of her best teams anyways. So, it is what it is, I guess. It's kind of like with Kanich, where, like, he can benefit from Shilonen's mechanics, but Shilonen's not good with him, so it doesn't bother me that much. Shilonen isn't bad with Xianyun, but some of her other teams are just better. So, what do I think about this kid overall? Honestly, I'm a little on the fence. Which is something you might already know if you've watched the first impressions video. Varesa is a character who's almost really cool, but falls a little short design-wise of what I'd want to see. The idea of having a special burst that doesn't have a cooldown, in my opinion, is really, really cool. But the reason why it's cool is because it allows for some interesting interactions with characters that generate a lot of energy. And with builds. Right? It effectively gives you a way to directly correlate the amount of damage you're doing with what your energy generation is. Instead of energy just being yes, no type thing. Do you have enough to burst, yes or no? And you just have to reach the threshold for ER and for energy generation where you have enough, and that's it. It could theoretically allow for some interesting dynamic usage of energy generation, where in some teams you use burst more often than in others. And I think conceptually that's really, really cool. The problem is, she can only use her special burst after the enhanced plunge attack, which only happens after 2 skill charge plunge. Which means that while it doesn't have a cooldown, it kind of does. It doesn't have a cooldown itself, but the thing that enables you to use it takes almost 5 seconds to do. Which I think is really unfortunate. I think it's a missed opportunity because it means that you do end up with a special burst, but in practice it kind of just works like a normal one. It's just that you use it twice per rotation instead of once. That's not to say that there's no novelty in using a burst twice per rotation, right? Even with the way that it's done, the fact that the burst effectively costs 30 but has a 70 energy limit means that when you're temporarily against an enemy that doesn't drop any HP particles, right, on a lot of teams, that means that you need to build higher ER on your characters, because if you don't, when you're against those types of enemies, you won't have enough energy. But with Varesa, because you started with 70, you can still do like 3 rotations, maybe even 4 or 5, before you don't have enough energy to use your burst. Alright, even a rotation that isn't energy neutral or energy positive takes a much longer time before it's not sustainable anymore. Another interesting thing with her is she does not lose any of her things when you swap out of her. And that's relevant for 2 different reasons. Number 1, it means that if you're using units that have very short buff duration, you can swap out of her to go refresh those buffs. In other words, we're gonna have to talk about Sarah. Oh boy. The second way in which this can be important is you can start your rotation. I guess there's 3 ways, not 2, whatever. Second way in which it can be important is you can do an E-charge plunge before your setup, then go do your setup and then back to Varesa, and if you do, it means that your first plunge, your first E-charge plunge is going to be the enhanced one that allows you to do your Q2 instead of having to wait for your second one. Which is especially relevant if you're using Obsidian Codex, because it means you get the Codex buff a lot earlier. Than if you did the default rotation. And the third way in which it's very relevant is it allows for her to slightly extend her rotation by borrowing from the next rotation. So, much like Navia, she has a 2 skill cooldown, which means that she can technically do 3 skills on her first rotation. Or sorry, she has a 2 charge skill, which means she can technically use a 3rd skill on the first rotation because the cooldown of the first one will be up. But if you swap out after doing that 3rd one, technically it'll be your 5th skill because each skill gives you an additional enhanced free skill, right? But if you swap out after the 5th skill before doing the free 6th one, it means that you're effectively doing something very similar to what I just mentioned, of starting with a skill before you do your setup, right? And then your next rotation, you'll be able to start with your enhanced one, then do a normal one, then an enhanced one. But you'll still have that cooldown, or by the time that second enhanced one on the second rotation happens, your cooldown will be up, so you'll still be able to do another normal skill into an enhanced skill. In other words, at least when it comes to the first 2 rotations, you can do 5 skill charge plunge instead of 4. Which means she has the potential to synergize better with units that have longer buff up time and also longer cooldowns, but it's an optional thing for her. It's something she can do, but isn't necessary, which allows her a lot of rotational flexibility. Unfortunately, because of the specific synergies she has with certain units, that added rotational flexibility kind of just isn't really enough to give her that much team flexibility. And the biggest reason why she doesn't have that much team flexibility is because of her ICD. I guess it's not the biggest reason, but it's a pretty important one. Varesa is a character with fairly high motion value and fairly high attack, with synergy with attack buffers. And on top of that, she has exceptionally bad ICD. Like, exceptionally bad. Unless I'm mistaken, as of now, there is only one character that has ICD on her plunges. And it's because every attack in Maoika's burst shares ICD. And the plunges are bad to begin with anyway, so it doesn't matter. Right? Right now, as far as I'm aware, Maoika is the only character with ICD on her plunges. Varesa plunges don't have ICD? That is not true. I'm pretty sure. The E skill and charge attack have shared ICD, yeah, and it's also shared with burst. But the charge attacks also have ICD. It's default ICD. Plunges don't? Are you sure? Is this just fucking wrong? Attenuation tag is the important part. That tells you what it shares ICD with. Oh, I get it. Okay. That's what you mean. I guess then. Are you sure though? Because when I looked at the showcase, the numbers were a little sus. There were some plunges. Like, I looked at a showcase, and in this showcase, enhanced plunge 332084. Whatever, that doesn't matter. The first plunge 155k. Second 245. Why is it so much more? But I was comparing the plunge damage to the collision plunge damage. and it wasn't consistent. Sometimes it was bigger. I don't want to show this because I don't want to have to delete the VOD. But here's the one I'm taking it from. If you look at the plunge that happens at... Wait, let me take a look. Yeah, so at 23-24 seconds, there's a plunge where the collision plunge hits for 59k, and the plunge itself hits for 155. And then at 28 seconds, the collision plunge hits for 59k, but the actual plunge hits for 172. Right? Which means we have the exact same buffs because it's the same number on the collision plunge, but the plunge itself is doing 17k more damage. That looks like aggravate to me. But maybe I'm just missing something. What else could explain that? Like, it's kind of hard to tell what's going on in these showcases because they have to crop a lot of shit out. Could be stacks falling off right before the plunge down because it can't be refreshed for some reason. Why would first not aggravate? It's not the first one. But it does seem like there's a Nahida proc, though, so maybe I'm wrong. Like, there is a Nahida proc here. And what else could trigger the Nahida proc? Maybe the collision plunge technically triggers aggravate, but it doesn't do damage because it's 0U. But that's enough to trigger... Dude, I don't know, man. No, I don't think so. Because if that's how it worked... If that's how it worked, you'd trigger Quicken on collision plunge and aggravate on the plunge, on the first plunge. Russell, do you know why the number would be different? Because, like, personally, I can't figure out why it would be different unless there's ICD stuff changing it. Anyways, I kinda... Ugh. A4? But... why would the A4 not be active for one of them? That doesn't make any sense. Or do you mean that she entered Fiery Passion from the collision plunge? And that gave her the enhanced buff version. I could see that being a thing. Maybe. Otherwise, I don't get it. I think the second sack you get ran out. Second sack of what? Maybe collision plunge got the damage? No, because the number is the exact same for both collision plunges. Oh, A4, not A1. I'm a fucking idiot. I see. But... Oh, so you think the collision plunge triggered Night Soul Burst? But it doesn't look like there's a Night Soul Burst animation. Alright, Night Soul Burst has an animation. I guess that's that. That makes sense, though. He was Shallonen, so it should be 2 stacks from the start. Yeah, but it's been a while since Shallonen was swapped into more than 12 seconds, so yeah. Anyways, alright, that makes sense. I get it. Okay, so let's get back to recording. Sorry about that sidetrack. Oh, thanks for sending me the rotation log. Oh, that's a lot of lines. Oh, I don't know if I have the fucking patience to take a look at this then. Never mind. Seems like a pain in the ass. Alright. So, let's get back to what we were talking about. But yeah, so another thing that limits her, or something that limits her team building, is her unfavorable ICD. So, Varesa's skill, charge attack, and Q2, the special burst, all share ICD. Which means that in aggravate teams, generally, you'll get a relatively low amount of aggravates. You'll get an aggravate on your plunges, at least. But you're also going to have a decent amount of attacks that don't aggravate. On top of that, she's also a relatively slow hitter to begin with. Which means that the total amount of aggravates that she gets over a rotation is honestly generally at most something around 10. Which is honestly pretty damn low, actually. On top of that, her actual motion value numbers are pretty high. Which means that using her with characters that actually buff her stats rather than enabling aggravate reactions. Special Burst does share ICD, yeah, that's what I said. Did I misspeak? Did I say doesn't share ICD when I meant to say does? Dude, brain hard. Varesa's skill, charge, and special burst all share ICD. Whatever, now I said it right. Where was I at now? Right. Her numbers are actually on the higher side which means that she's generally going to synergize better with characters that actually provide buffs to those numbers than with characters that allow you to get damage externally through reactions. As a reminder, Aggravate and Spread are additive reactions, which means you don't gain more value from the reaction based on the amount of damage that the character is doing at a baseline. The damage from Aggravate is buffed by your stats. It's buffed by EM, crit, and damage percent, not by attack, but by the rest of your offensive stats. But it's not dependent on the amount of damage your attack does without the reaction. Unlike Melt and Vape. Because of that, generally, a character that has fairly high base numbers and not the best elemental application will tend to synergize worse with Aggravate. Does that mean that she's not playable in Aggravate teams? No, not really. But it does mean that she has better synergy with other teams. How's the DPR in Aggravate? 1 mil. That's more than what I got. Are you doing 5e rotations? I'm doing Kirara. That's what I looked at too. Oh, actually, I think I'm an idiot. I might have forgotten the res shred. Yeah, I did. Oopsie. Oopsie. That's kind of important. Yeah, okay, 50k. I'm a little bit under 1 mil, but that can be chalked up to the assumption difference. Oh yeah, also, I gotta fix this. Not like it's gonna make much of a difference, but still. About 50. Yeah. Anyways. Anyways, we can move on to what we do for every pre-release. And we'll talk more about teams once we get to the dedicated section for teams later on. So, we've got weapons, we've got artifact, sets, artifact, stats, and teams. And boy, howdy, is the weapon section going to piss me the fuck off. If you catch the recording of the pre-releases, something you may have noticed is that I always forget to record the Constellation section, and then chat reminds me after I do the outro, and then I record it, and the editors take care of that for me. But that's not gonna happen today because boy do I have shit to say about her signature weapon and Constellations. So. Vivid Notions is probably the most blatant example of signature weapon power creep that we've had in a pretty long time. It's not that much more broken than like Maoika's signature, but it's a lot more blatant because of the options you're starting from if you don't have it. Chaska's Sig Mogs by like 10%. Yeah, but there's the damage in Chaska teams is a lot more split for like the increase to your team DPS from Chaska's Sig is less than this. Because there's more damage coming from the rest of the team. And also Chaska's worse. They both have 1 mil DPR stuff. I mean, sure, but that's not the good stuff. Yeah, I guess it's fair to say that it's kind of similar to Chaska's, I guess. But I think the most important thing is that the thing that pisses me off the most is not just the gap between Vivid Notions and the free-to-plays, it's also the gap between Vivid Notions and the stat stakes. Like, the gap between Vivid Notions and every other weapon is really big. So, if you followed anything related to speedrunning in the past long time, actually, something you may have noticed is that a lot of speedrunners end up using Widsith instead of characters' signature weapons, because in a lot of situations, for the rotation where you get Widsith with the right buff, Widsith is better than the signature weapon. For the first time, that's not the case, and it's actually not even remotely close. Well, okay, that's not true. For the first time, that's not the case at all. And even if you're looking at Widsith, while its best possible buff is active, it's worse than Varesa's signature. A big reason for that is because Varesa gets a lot of stats just from existing. Her passive gives her attack. She synergizes very well with characters that buff her attack. Her artifact set gives her a massive amount of damage percent. And she also has synergy with characters that buff her damage percent even more. It means that she's really saturated in attack and damage percent buffs. But not all that saturated in crit. And so getting crit from a weapon instead of damage and attack buffs is pretty good. Vivid Notions is a pretty decent amount ahead of the other options. And it kind of pisses me off. That may not be something that affects you more than usual, though. The main reason why it bothers me so much is because I really don't like when there's a big gap between signature and other 5-star weapons. Because a lot of people end up going for weapon banners, or at least getting 5-star weapons from standard, right? And a lot of people end up with a 5-star weapon, but only being able to use that 5-star weapon on one character is pretty cringe. And if every new character that you get, you have to choose between getting the signature weapon or using the other 5-star weapon that you have, but it's barely going to be better than the 4-star options, I think that's really tragic. And then on top of that, there's also the fact that this catalyst is, like, not going to be all that good on anyone other than her. I think it's really sad. That they're leaning more into they're leaning more and more into characters or into signature weapons being really, really powerful, but bad stat stakes on characters that aren't designed for them. And that's kind of annoying to me. Now, with all that being said, don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean that she needs this to be good. We'll talk about her overall power level later on, don't you worry about that. But I just wanted to fucking complain about it for a little. Anyways, her signature, Vivid Notions, high base attack, crit damage substat. The passive, 28% attack, unconditionally. And then when you use a plunge, you gain crit damage on that plunge. When you use a skill or burst, you gain crit damage for your plunges. But it's only for the next plunge. Now, as far as I'm aware, the special burst does not count as a plunge attack type. The damage type is plunge damage, but the attack type is not plunge attack. So I don't think you will get this 28% damage on the Q2, on the special burst. So what that means is that you get 68% damage to your normal plunges and 40% for your special burst, because each normal plunge is preceded by a skill. Her plunge damage is a very large majority of her damage, which means that if you were to try to figure out the equivalent amount of crit that you get from this, I guess I can give you an exact answer, actually. I might as well. If I take this, but I put the normal formula for it, then CV, where's CV? Alright, whatever. 44.1 plus. Okay. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 45, 43, 44, about 44. Considering the percentage of her damage that's coming from plunges and from the special Q, which is also a plunge, this is the equivalent of around 45 crit damage overall. So it's 28% attack and about 45 crit damage. Anyways, let's talk about her other options. So what else do we have? We have Lost Prayers. We have Skyward Atlas. We have all the other characters' signatures. So Kagura's. We have the Wanderer's Bell. I refuse to call it by anything other than Bell. We have Cash Flow. We have Tome of the Eternal Flow. Surf's Up. Crane's Echoing Call, Xianyun's signature, which is actually worth talking about. And then for the 4-star weapons, we have Widsith. We have I guess we can talk about Blackcliff. Solar Pearl. Solar Pearl. Sacrificial Jade. Flowing Purity. Fontaine Craftable. I think that's it. Yeah. Is that it for the ones I used here? Yeah. So, we already know Vivid Notions is her best in slot weapon. And her next best weapon is actually generally going to be Lost Prayers. But there's not that big of a gap between Lost Prayers and the other 5-star stat stakes. Lost Prayers are the 5-star stat stakes that have somewhat synergistic stat lines or passives are generally somewhere between 10 and 15% above the free-to-play craftables. And the ones that don't have particularly favorable stat lines, so namely that's the ones with high base attack, low substat, and a passive that doesn't do anything. Like Wanderer's Bell, are gonna be barely I actually don't think I have it. Wait. It's the same as Cash Flow, but without the fucking passive, right? Yeah. They're gonna be closer to like 5% better than the free-to-play default options. Which isn't great, obviously. It won't come as a surprise to anyone. Decent stat stick. Decent 5-star stat stick. So the ones that have favorable stat lines or like somewhat useful effects are Lost Prayers, Kagura's, Cash Flow to some extent, Tome, Surf's Up. These are all between 10 and 15%. Crane, I think, is worse, right? Yeah. Then Atlas, Wanderer's Bell, and Crane's Echoing Call, Shannon's Signature are all fine, which, by the way, is... I'm using this as worse than decent. Fine 5-star stat stakes. They're still better than the default craftable, but not necessarily better than Widsith. They're still better than R1 Widsith, but not really better than R5. I guess we can say mid. Sure. That's fine. This is a good usage of the word mid. One caveat I wanna add to this is that some of these weapons give you energy, and in most cases that's kind of irrelevant for Varesa, because her energy requirements are not that high, often trivial. However, with Constellations, her base gameplay loop can change, and what that means is that if you're going for her current Constellations, some of those 5-star statistics that provide energy, like Crane's Echoing Call, get a little bit of a boost. That being said, her Constellations are not really better than her signature, and none of these weapons that give energy are better than her signature when you have the Constellations. So it's a very minor point, because usually if you go for cons, it's because you already got the say. Unless you're going for cons because you're going for Eon-san Constellations if Eon-san ends up on her banner, which is actually very possible. I myself might end up with some Varesa Constellations. Let's hope I don't, but it is what it is. Anyways, next up, Widsith is the best 5-star stat stick. I should also actually, wait, I'll add Sac Jade to my calcs here. Sacrificial Jade. What is it, 454 base and 36.8 crit rate, right? You get nothing else because neither the HP nor... Yeah, okay. Just wanted to double check this. It is worse than Solar Pearl. That's crazy. 40 EM, yeah, but it, I guess for the quicken teas, wow. Huge. Okay. So Widsith is the best 4-star stat stick. It also has the advantage of if you're killing enemies in an odd number of rotations, so 1, 3, 5, performing better than calcs say it does, because Widsith alternates between having its effect active and inactive on every other rotation. Right? So the first rotation has the buff, but the second one doesn't, and then the third one has it because it's a 30-second cooldown on it. So if you're taking an odd number of rotations to clear, Widsith's effect is gonna be better than the sheets consider it to be. On top of that, even if you're taking an even number of rotations to kill, unless you're killing them exactly at the end of your even-numbered rotation, you had a full rotation with the buff and then a part of a rotation without it. Which means that it's still a bit more than 50%. But if you get the EM buff, you fucking cry because it's completely worthless. At least it's not like Neuvillette, where you only have one good buff. I mean, obviously some people use Neuvillette, or use Vape Neuvillettes for speedruns, but most people don't, right? You do have 2 useful buffs, both the attack and the damage buffs are good. However, like I mentioned earlier when I was talking about why her signature is so far ahead of the other options for the 5 stars, she is pretty saturated in both attack and damage percent already. Which is why her signature is also better than Widsith while its effect is active. Next we have Blackcliff. Blackcliff without stacks is worse than her craftable. Blackcliff with 1 stack is about as good, and it takes 2 stacks for it to really be better. So don't use Blackcliff. At least, she is going to represent a good portion of your team's DPS. Blackcliff stacks are only gained when the character wearing Blackcliff is the one that gets the finishing blow on the enemy. So you can only really use Blackcliff reliably on characters that are going to be the one landing the finishing blow. In multi-wave content, if you have like R5 Blackcliff and you get 3 stacks on it, it's actually really strong. I should quantify that. Instead of just talking out of my ass. That's not the team I want to look at, though. This one is the one I want to look at. It's what, 24 per stack? Yeah. Yeah. So when it's fully stacked, R5 Blackcliff is about as good as Lost Prayers. But without a stack, it's noticeably worse than her free-to-play craftable. Generally, I wouldn't recommend using Blackcliff. Solar Pearl. Solar Pearl is really interesting because the effect on Solar Pearl is not very good. But because Varesa saturates her attack and damage so much, it makes it so that crit weapons, just by virtue of giving her crit, are going to be competitive with her craftable options. Even if the effect they provide is really bad. Right? In Varesa's case, Solar Pearl does not buff plunge attacks. And it doesn't really buff her skill either, because she needs to get a normal attack for it to... She needs to use a normal attack, which you don't want to do. To buff your skill and burst. Let me just double check that I didn't fucking forget to change it. Where is Solar Pearl? There it is. Yeah, no buffs, cool. Yeah, okay. Anyways, so basically it doesn't have a passive. The thing is, just from being a crit rate weapon, just from the base stats, the 510 base attack, 27.6 crit rate substat, it's about as good as R5 of her craftable option, which means if you already have a Solar Pearl leveled, it's not worth investing Resin into leveling up that craftable option. Because they're going to be very, very similar in output. Same thing for Sacrificial Jade. Sacrificial Jade is like 0.2% worse than Solar Pearl. But it's really, really, really close. It's actually so close that generally between Solar Pearl and Sac Jade, the better one is going to be the one that gets you closer to a 1-to-2 crit ratio. So, fine, but not worth getting if you don't already have them, because they're not really better than Flowing Purity, which is her default 4-star stat stick. If we were to order the weapons from best to worst, Vivid Notions obviously is the best one. Then Lost Prayers. After that, you've got Kagura's, you've got I guess, yeah. Lost Prayers, Kagura's, and Tome. And I think also Surf's Up, right? Because they give the same thing. Yeah, I guess. Lost Prayers, Kagura's, and Tome are all pretty decent. The reason why Tome and Surf's Up aren't that far behind is because some of the external buffs that Varesa gets are flat attack buff rather than attack percent. Those flat attack buffs are more impactful on low base attack weapons. Because they're always the same amount of attack no matter what your base attack is. But if you have more crit damage or crit rate, that same amount of attack translates to more damage. Attack percent buff don't really work like that. Generally, attack percent buffs are about as good for weapons with low base attack as weapons with high base attack. Technically, they're a little bit better on weapons with high base attack, but it's not really a significant change. But with flat attack buffs, it's actually enough to make up for not having a useful passive. Unlike Lost Prayers and Kagura's, which have not great, but somewhat useful default passives. And then below that, you've got Cash Flow, not too far behind, and then Bell, Crane, and Skyward Atlas below that. Next up, you have Widsith. Next up, I'd have Flowing Purity, then the 2 Battle Pass weapons, and then Blackcliff. I didn't mention Memory of Dust. Memory of Dust is going to be below Crane's. Memory of Dust is, I guess, in the same boat as Solar Pearl and Sack Jade, where you can use it if you don't want to use craftable you don't want to use billets to craft Flowing Purity. But that's pretty much it. If you have a Widsith, you're better off using that. Next up, artifact sets. And there's pretty much only 2 artifact sets to think about. Unfortunately, TF is not it. Varesa has 2 9-second cooldown skills. And she gets an additional free skill after each normal skill that she uses. But the thing is, her skill isn't what does the damage. Her skill enables you to do the things that do your damage, which is your charge and plunge. And you already have enough of that because it takes a while to do those things by default without cooldown reduction. By the time you get value from the cooldown reduction on TF, your buffs have expired, so you want to swap out anyways. So unfortunately, it's not a TF angle. She is burst reliant, so you don't really want to use Shimenawa's. It's not completely terrible. but it's also not very good. Mainly, her artifact set is going to be her signature set, right? We already said her base gameplay loop is skill, charge, plunge, spam. And you get your stacks on the plunge set from hitting an enemy with a skill, a charge, and a plunge. So you're gonna have almost full uptime on the whole thing. So it's pretty much just 100 damage percent to your plunges, which is a lot. And it's the main reason why she's so saturated with damage percent. So what's it called? Long Night's Oath. Let's call it Oath. 4-piece Oath. Essence Law. Codex is not far behind, though. If you're not using your crit rate weapon and you're not overcapped on your Codex build, Codex is like somewhere between like 1 and 5% worse if you do the rotation setup properly, and like 5 to 10 worse if you don't. Doing the rotation setup to allow for Codex, which as a reminder is starting before your setup, doing skill dash plunge, does slow you down, and it's kind of cringe to have to remember to do it. So I don't think most people will do it. So because of that, you can think about it as the upgrade from Codex to Oath being very similar to the upgrade from 2-piece to Vermilion on Chao. Or the upgrade from Gilded Dreams to Flowers of Paradise Lost on Raiden or Kuki for Hyperbloom. It's an upgrade, but if you already have a really good one of the old set, it will take you a while to get you for the new set to be better. Oh yeah, also similar to like Glad to Whimsy on Arlecchino. And because most people have been fucking permanently stuck in the Codex domain since 5.0, a lot of people already have a good Codex build. So just remember, it's something that it's definitely worth doing if you're going to be a Varesa main, but it's not it's not a set that you absolutely need to farm if she's just one of the many characters you play. So 4-piece Codex, still good. Technically, if you're using her with Farina, you can also do 4-piece. You can also use 4-piece. What I shall say. When you do Codex, you don't get full uptime on the crit buff, and you also don't get full uptime on the damage percent buff from the 2-piece. With Maréchaussée, the damage percent buff does nothing. So technically it buffs charge attacks, but like that's such a small portion of your damage that it's very small. And the crit buff is lower, but it will be close to full uptime if you're playing her with Farina. Maréchaussée and Codex are relatively interchangeable in the teams where you're using Farina. Outside of that, you've got 2-piece, or other like 4 sets that are fine, but not like amazing. Other sets that give you stats similar to what a 2-piece gives you. So like... No, wrong one. It's not Echoes, it's... Yeah, like DPC... gets you 40% plunge damage, which is about as good as what a fucking 2-piece gives you. You can use Vermilion, I guess, if you're using Farina, but it'll be worse than Maréchaussée. Yeah, these are all pretty similar to the 2-piece options, and they're gonna be not very good. Not what you're looking for. And because the other sets that she works with are sets that you probably already have farmed, 2 piece isn't something that's all that worth considering in my eyes. What? Oh, okay. Anyways, next up we have artifact stats. So, her default build is going to be attack, damage, crit. You don't really want to consider swapping off of crit circlet. There may be some situations where you can consider attack, crit. But it's not going to be on her best teams. Her best teams pretty much all run some external either attack or pseudo-attack buffers. So damage gauntlet will tend to be better. Even though she gets a lot of damage percent from her set bonus. And finally, we can talk about the teams. And boy... Before we talk about the team specifically, I just need to give you a little bit of context about Ian-san. Ian-san is an Electro polearm attack buffer. I'll be doing an Ian-san pre-release. Don't you worry about that. Subscribe so you don't miss it. She's a Natlan character, so she can use Cinder City, and she gives you an attack buff that's dependent on the amount your character is moving. Because Varesa is a plunge attacker, she moves a lot, so she'll get the full value of the attack buff Ian-san can give. She has a tiny little bit of healing, which is going to be enough when paired with Chevreuse to activate the Flowing Purity effect. You do need to heal off the Bond of Life if you want to get the buff from the Flowing Purity weapon. Ian-san plus Chevreuse is generally going to be enough. One of them is generally going to take a bit too long to proc it, though. If you're only playing one of the two. If you're playing Ian-san in a team that doesn't have a healer at all. Anyways, the value of the attack buff that she gives is at C0, 690. At C... is it 3 or 5? At talent level 13, whatever, it's 810. Then her C2 adds 30% attack, and her C6 adds 25 damage percent. In a team that takes full advantage of her buffs, right, where you didn't already have Cinder City, you move enough to keep full uptime on the max attack buff, and you're not losing Pyro Resonance from Bennett not being there. The buff she provides tends to be bigger than the buff Bennett provides. But she doesn't have high healing. Her healing is really low. Anyways, Ian-san will be quite good in a lot of Varesa teams. But man, as a plunge attack character, she has pretty good synergy with Xianyun. Now, her base motion value is pretty high, which means that Xianyun will not be the only team that she has. But for plungers, Xianyun is a very powerful unit, and so the Xianyun teams will still be good. The thing is, the main thing that makes Xianyun good is that she enables Farina. She enables very high uptime on good fanfare on Farina. And she has VV, obviously. And because of that, the Xianyun teams that don't use Farina are not going to be all that good. So the first type of teams we'll be talking about, we'll mention, is Xianyun plus Farina. Your last slot most definitely should be Ian-san if you don't have her, because she ends up not being on Varesa's banner, or you just get unlucky going for Varesa. You can probably get away with using something like Bennett, but it will be worse. In order to talk about how good this team is, I think I need to provide some context over how meta's evolved lately. If Varesa came out 2 patches ago, I would have thought, oh, this is a pretty good character. But honestly, man, I feel like the meta got so warped by Maoika. Getting a second carry that's like head and shoulders above the rest makes it so that if your main reason for pulling for characters is meta, you'll never really have a meta incentive for pulling for any carries. Yeah, especially with Yonsan's release buffing Maoika unless she gets nerfed before live. Thank you, Prostel. Most characters are going to be closer to Ayato's teams than to Maoika's teams, even the good ones. When it comes to just DPS, Nevilette's closer to Ayato than Maoika. Chloride's closer to Ayato than Maoika. Molani's closer to Ayato than Maoika. Everyone's closer to fucking Ayato than Maoika except like Gaming. But that's just because Gaming's the GOAT. And Gaming has some practical difficulties, let's just say. Arlecchino, I think, is about as close to either of them. She might be a bit closer to Maoika than Ayato. Anyways. Because of that, even if a character is good, it's so hard for me to be, like, optimistic, I guess, about their place in the meta. Because, like, if what you're looking for is meta-optimal teams, you're gonna have Maoika on one side and Nevilette on the other. And anything different than that is gonna be, like, way behind. That being said, Varesa is not a bad character. From what I've seen so far, it looks like her output in her best teams is slightly better than Chlorine's. But her team versatility is significantly worse, right? So she has a few teams. She has 2 teams where she is better than Chlorine. But she doesn't have Chlorine's ability to fit really well in pretty much any Electro archetype. It's difficult for me to guess if she's going to be easier or harder to play than Chlorine, but she should be fairly straightforward at the very least. If you followed recent leaks, you may have seen that the 5.5 Abyss has recently leaked to be Swanee on one side and Tulpa on the other. If that's the kind of shit they are going to keep doing, if Swanee keeps fucking squatting in Abyss like it's been lately, maybe there will come a day where Neuvillette is just not that great, even if they don't make more characters that are as easy to play as him or as strong as Maoika. But yeah, anyways, her two teams that are better than the Clarine teams are Xianyun Farina and Chevaleur's Maoika. Unlike Clarine, Varesa can actually properly make use of the uptime in 18-second rotations. And on top of that, she has better synergy with Ian-san than Clarine does. And Ian-san is going to be really nice for these Chevaleur's Maoika teams. The biggest issue is that the less off-field damage you have in Chevaleur's teams, the more, I guess, reliant. Well, reliant isn't the right word, but the bigger the gap is between if you have Chevaleur's C6 or not. I'd say that as a general rule, I'm expecting her best two teams to be Xianyun Farina and C6 Chevaleur's Maoika, with the Chevaleur's Maoika being slightly better. But if you don't have C6 Chevaleur's, it falls all. It's a decent amount worse, and it's a lot closer to the other teams. Still above Aggravate, don't you worry about that, but yeah. Other than that, you can also consider characters like Shilonen in the Farina teams. You can do non-Farina teams. You can play her in like Overvape or something like that. But pretty much all of that is just going to be worse. So these two teams are going to be good. Obviously, you're going to have the issue in a Chevaleur's Maoika team that where it's going to be significantly and noticeably worse than a Maoika carry team. If what you're looking for is just meta, you should never be playing Maoika support because she's so much better as a carry than as a support. I'm not entirely sure what to expect out of the Chevaleur's Xiangling teams. 20-second rotations aren't as great for Varesa, but she can make it work. But because you already have Cinder City, Maoika's on Obsidian, so she does a pretty big nuke. All in all, it should still be fine. It shouldn't be that far behind, so Chevaleur's plus Xiangling is going to be solid. Wouldn't quite reach the same level as the other two. But it's not bad. I would expect it to be quite a bit better than the other options with Chevaleur's. Technically, you could consider doing Chevaleur's Ian-san Bennett. The problem is, in a team like that, you don't have off-field Pyro. But because you don't lose anything on Varesa for swapping out. You can go back to Bennett after your second plunge to trigger another overload. I don't know about that one though. That seems a little questionable. You can consider using Sarah instead of Yansan, and same idea where you can swap back to her. But it's also not going to be that great. I'm a bit curious about Sarah Shangling teams. Well, I don't know. Yeah, the biggest issue with the Sarah teams is that you're going to have to do aim shots if you want to do proper rotations, because you want to buff Maoika's burst. That's your E. You want to buff the first time you swap to Varesa, but then you also want to buff the second time you swap to her. And that means 3 separate instances of getting a buff. So E and burst isn't enough. You're going to need to add a charge attack. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how to feel about that. Further testing will be necessary, but if you are willing to do those Omega Scuffed rotations, it should be pretty good. Other than this, right, when it comes to Electro carries, you can think about doing Aggravate, Hyper Bloom, just Dendro teams in general. Meh. She doesn't have great... she doesn't have great application. So she doesn't have great synergy in those Dendro teams. They're still playable if you like her playstyle and you don't have the units to make her other teams work. If you are going to be doing an Aggravate team, I would not recommend doing a team where you focus only on her damage, because in Aggravate, her personal damage is kind of just not enough to carry a team through. You'll need to give Fish all the pants in that team's relationship. Just use Fischl over Yansan. Or use both. Yeah, I guess you can also just use both, I guess. Yansan should be something you can consider instead of Xianyun, I guess, but like, you can also do some quick bloom stuff. So with, like, Baiju for Rina, I guess. If you don't have Xianyun. Yeah. It'll be fine, I guess, but not great. In those teams, she'll get performance similar to what Sino gets. Which is not very appealing, let's just say. Other teams you could consider, I mean, some people do Mono Electro for some reason. It works, I guess. If you want to do, like, Eon-san, Xianyun, Kazuha, or something like that. Or Eon-san, Xianyun, Fischl, I guess. Eon-san, Chilonen, Fischl. Eon-san, Chilonen, Xianyun, did I say that? You can consider those things. But because so many of her teams already have one form of Res Shred, getting a second one isn't that great. And between getting an Electro Offfielder that does damage or Farina, you will generally see like noticeably better results from Farina. Because she's also buffing you quite a bit. But yeah, that's pretty much it for her teams. Really, the only teams that I think are actually properly worth considering are the Xianyan Farina team and the Chevreuse teams. You don't necessarily need Maoika, but the Maoika versions will be better. Outside of those teams, she's just not a very good unit. Right, I fucking forgot the constellations after saying I wouldn't forget the constellations. Let's talk about our constellations. C1, the effect of the passive talent Tag Team Triple Jump are enhanced. When performing the special plunge, she will gain Rainbow Crash. When Rainbow Crash is in effect, it always does 150. It's 180. Like I said, that talent's wording isn't updated yet on Amber. On Yada, I guess that's what it's called now. Additionally, Exploration passive. In other words, instead of getting 2 procs of 50 motion value and 2 procs of 180 in a default rotation, all of those procs are now going to be 180, but also you will get that passive on your Q2 as well. That's plus 130 twice and plus 180 twice. Which is what's 620 motion value? This is generally less than the upgrade from literally the second best possible weapon for her to her signature. So pretty much no matter what you're starting from, you will see a bigger damage upgrade from getting her sig than her C1. C2. Varesa will enter Apex Drive, which, as a reminder, is the special state that allows you to use your special burst after using a plunging attack, regardless of whether she's in Fiery Passion state or not. In other words, she can now use her special burst after every plunge, not just every other plunge. When Apex Drive is active, Varesa's interruption resistance will also further increase. Additionally, she will regenerate 11.5 energy when her plunging attack ground impact hits an opponent. Plunging attack ground impact, I think, I'm not sure if it applies to the burst itself as well. Yeah. Okay, so from what I understand, this applies to the Q2 itself as well. And because you need to plunge to activate it, it means that you get 2 ground impacts per plunge at C2. You regenerate 23. So in other words, her burst cost becomes practically 7. Because it costs 30, but you regenerate 23 every time you use it. This also means that if you're using her with Xianyan, you don't need to use your burst or your skill anymore. Because 1, well, she doesn't need the energy from the skill anymore, and 2, she doesn't need the Night Soul points generated by the skill anymore either, because she doesn't need to do the special plunge. I'm not sure if it's better to just spam jump plunge though. I'll have to look at some testing to be sure, but oh well. This is looking to be a pretty good con. But it's not so good that you would really want to consider it that much unless you already have Sig. Like it's not right in C2 level good. But honestly, I really wish this was part of her base kit. Not the energy restoration, but just being able to use your plunge or your special burst after every plunge. I think would be really nice because I mean I already said I think it's cringe that you don't actually get rewarded for generating more energy, but whatever. Missed opportunity, it is what it is. Anyways, C3 is burst talent level. Once you have the C2, your burst does represent more motion value than your normal talent. But it's still not that much over half, so it's okay. C4, when she uses her normal burst, her next plunge attack does 500% more motion value. But if you have more than 4,000 attack, it gets capped as if you had 4,000 attack. Because the C1 makes the special burst cost 7, you now don't need to use your energy for the special burst, so the normal burst can be worth considering with that. So I guess her C4 is what you need if you want her burst, her normal burst to ever be worth using, basically. Oh boy. And additionally, if she has either Fiery Passion or Apex Drive active, her burst deals 100% more damage. I believe this is damage percent. So in practice, this is going to be like 30-ish% more damage on her burst. Overall, I'd say usually C4s are kind of bad. For a C4, this is pretty good. But it's not, like, outstanding. C5 is normal attack talents. And finally, C6. Makes her get infinite energy, basically. And gets 120 CV on everything. Like, on her plunges and on her burst. And also fully regenerates her Night Soul whenever she uses... No, okay. This is just exploration. Also additionally helps with exploration. Doesn't C6 dilute the impact of C2? The main thing that makes this potentially good is that at C4, if you use the full burst without pre-funneling some energy, it's very possible that by the time you do your first plunge, you don't have 30 energy, so you can't do the burst. Because, like, sure, it costs 7, but that's including the energy you get from your special burst hitting the enemy. You still need to have 30 in order to use it. And if you use your burst, which consumed all your energy, then the plunge that allows you to do special burst is going to regenerate 11, but you still need to generate another 18.5. And this makes it so that you won't have to deal with that. But honestly, it's not that much of a problem to begin with. So it kind of doesn't matter that much. In any case, that pretty much does it for the pre-release. Overall, Varesa is a unit who is somewhat strong, but her being released in the aftermath of Maoika makes it very hard for me to want to recommend her for people that pull mainly for meta. She is at the very least good enough to compete with Clarent for the title of Best On-Field Electro. Like I said, from what I've seen so far, it seems like her best teams are going to be slightly better than Clarent's best teams. But outside of her best teams, her other teams are really bad, so she's going to be worse than Clarent and suboptimal teams. Depending on what you have available to you, whether it's because you don't own the units or because you want to use them for another character at the same time. She may end up performing worse for you. But, yeah, that pretty much does it. I hope they make more characters with special interactions with their bursts in the future. I hope we actually do get characters where you are only limited by your energy generation for your burst, not by animation times and cooldowns. By the way, this is, like, very blatantly me crossing my fingers and hoping that Electro MC will be good one day. Because Electro MC gives so much damn energy. And I want there to be a character that synergizes with generating too much energy. I think it would be really cool. But yeah, so that's gonna be it as usual. I hope you learned a thing or two. I hope you enjoyed. Keep in mind that pre-release content is always subject to change. It's very possible that she ends up getting fucking nerfed into oblivion or buffed to be even better than Maoika. I highly doubt it, but it's possible. If you want my thoughts, or if you want to make sure that this isn't out of date, I always try to post the first impressions video either on the day of release or the next day. So you can look forward to that. And if you want just more in-depth thoughts on her once her release, once she's been released, you can look forward to the post-release analysis that I'll be making. In any case, Eon-san pre-release soon, and that's the big one of this patch. So we'll have a lot to talk about with that. Do all the YouTube stuff, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay! I gotta check something real quick. Okay. Chad, do I need therapy to cope with Ayato being closer to Neuvillette than Maoika? I mean, okay, the reality is that, like, so much of Neuvillette's strength is not his numbers, it's his quality of life. I still consider Neuvillette to be stronger than Maoika. Even if he's 40k DPS behind. 45, whatever. Alright. Let's see how Eeks is doing. Eeks has the things I don't know all, by the way. Eeks has asked me for my thoughts on the challenge that he's currently trying to do. Which is an Iron Man Abyss challenge. This challenge is basically, he wants to do Abyss with every single character in Genshin without reusing a character. So I think there's 88 characters that he has on his account. Which means a total of 11 Abyss runs with no overlapping characters. This is just randomizer with extra steps. It's probably even harsher than randomizer, honestly. Because, like, there's not that many completely worthless units. I don't know, maybe it's not. That doesn't seem too bad. I might be missing something, but what makes it rough? A lot of characters rely on the same supports. You need 22 teams that don't share any supports with one another. That's a lot of teams, man. Like, is there even 22 good supports? Oh boy. Oh, I think he just replied. And I'm calling him. Okay, you do business.
Let's see here. Check. Can you hear me?
Hello! Let me turn you up, you're really quiet.
Everyone always says that, man.
I'm just gonna max you out. Hi, hello.
Dude, we got the iconic Zajef laugh in the first, like, 10 seconds of the call. That's a good sign.
Hell yeah. So how is it going so far?
Fucking A. Okay, so I do just want to introduce this to you're streaming, right?
Yeah, I gave a short summary of what you're trying to do, but you can explain it in your words if you want.
Okay, for sure. So, everybody, I have been planning this challenge for a very long time. Literally, like 6 months ago, dude, probably like 8 months ago, I messaged Jeff about this, and I miscounted how many characters I had. I went over by 81 characters, and I had to hold this in the tank for like 6 months until I had exactly 88 characters. To do this challenge, where it is effectively against an Iron Man, I am trying to clear the Abyss, 36 stars, with every single character, and I cannot reuse the same character a single time. That is the challenge. And so, It's a whole lot freaking harder than you may think when you really boil down like how many bad characters there are in the game. Like you can only carry so hard, and yeah, I actually have my stream open.
Yeah,
Jeff,
yeah.
if you want to.
Wait, do you want to
look.
also share your screen so I don't have delay?
Yeah, let me try that. But like,
If it
I
makes
don't
you
know
lag,
what's
it's
wrong
not the
with
end of
my
the world, though.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my computer, but like sometimes when I do this, it like crashes shit because like my computer just can't handle that many things at the same time. It's really weird. But okay, so I'm sharing my screen with you now. Do you see it?
Yep.
All right, cool. Well, then we should be good. All right, so everyone, this is my character archive, the characters that I own and do not own. I think it is important to point out a few key characters I do not have. Mawika, so we don't get a free clear with Mawika. Arlecchino, we don't get a free clear with Arlecchino. And then Sean Yun, I personally think is a pretty good character. I feel like she could cheese out some runs with some bad characters.
Ooh. You also
Baizu is
don't-
very
yeah.
helpful.
That's the first one I noticed. No Baiju, no Alhaitham either. Oh man.
Exactly. So like the Dendro
Oh,
units
boy.
are tough. I only have 4 off-field Dendro units to utilize, like Nahida, Kale, Yao Yao, and Dendro main character. I have not. Oh, I should say this. I have completed 1 successful run, and so there are actually 8 characters that are currently not available.
And
for
which
you to
ones
use.
are those?
My viewers are saying that you're echoing. Can you talk for me real quick?
Yeah, sure. What's up?
Can you talk for me again?
Yeah. What are the? I don't know what to say. It's always hard when someone tells you like to say something like, "Oh, it's okay." What though? What? What do you want me to say? Ah!
I need to figure out how to get this to not come out then. 1 second. Okay, wait. Say something?
Yeah. What's up? Hello. We gotta figure out the problem.
He's not echoing.
He's oh. Did you get one guide?
I think I got one guide, yeah. He's really quiet now. Okay, so he's coming out of something very quietly. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not the most tech savvy dude.
That's
of all
fine.
time.
No, it is echoing. Okay, you did get one guide, but the other way around.
The one guy is trying to save the stream, but I'm just gonna ban him from chat.
Understandable.
It's not annoying, Echo. Wait, let me check this. Discord. Okay, wait. I can do this.
And maybe you're picking up your Discord and your desktop sounds.
Oh, I have a speaker. I don't wear headphones.
Oh.
I turned down my speaker. Chat. All right, that was probably the loudest he's gonna be with the laugh. So did you guys hear it then?
Yeah, the speaker might be what explains it, actually.
Chat? Is this better or the same? Bro, tech issues are so cringe, bro. God damn. It's deaf the speaker. Yes, it's better. Right.
Okay. We're
Yeah.
vibing.
My hair's too good to wear headphones, let's be real. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
the 8 characters I cannot use, my friend. I successfully cleared yesterday with Ito, Goro, and Albedo. Pretty good lineup to knock out. But the 4th character, in my opinion, the best one, Beto. I had to use Beto.
How scuffed was it?
Honestly, that team kind of cooked, I'm gonna be honest. The other team was the more annoying one with freaking... I hate that thing.
Because I was gonna say, like, if you had a bit of time to spare, it might be better to hold Beto and use someone worse.
I agree, but it really was truly down to like the last second.
Yeah. In that case, Beto's fine, yeah.
The second team, I would argue, got rid of 2 good characters instead of 1. Kanich and Emily were carrying Pyro, Traveler, and Chi-Chi. So that's the first successful run. And to be honest, I'm pretty happy with that. I think it was knocking out some good characters.
I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know if I think that's optimal. Because
I'm ready to hear you out.
The way I see it, Emily is like... You put Emily any Animo unit and any Pyro unit on the first side, and you clear. Like, Air Fryer fucking cooks the first side of this Abyss.
Okay, you
So-
need a Dendro for that too, right?
Yeah, but it can be any of the Dendros. It can be Tehari. Like, you can use literally any of them.
Okay, burning is honestly, see, this is the kind of stuff genius the Jeff can hit me with. Like, I obviously know burning is a comp, but yeah, I guess I underestimated just how valuable the percentage HP ticking would be.
It's because the
just-
swirl buffs are really big. Burning helps you reliably always get like swirls on multiple characters, and just the amount of HP on the first side is not that high because it's balanced around grouping and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Like
grouping
multi-wave
them is
and
pretty
grouping.
annoying, but
Mhm.
burning. 1 second. I'm just writing this down in my little notepad. Huh. Yeah, so like the animal characters are definitely valuable. I have them specifically marked. Kazuha, Sucrose, and Venti are like, you know, 3 characters that will make the top side run significantly
Mhm.
easier. So how many animals did I use in that last run? I didn't use a single animo, which is good.
Mhm. The
So
thing
which
is,
character
like,
were you?
an
were you
animal
sad about?
by
Pyro
themselves.
Traveler?
Hmm?
I was just gonna ask what character made you think burning is gone now. Well, I mean, obviously,
Emily,
Kenichi and
it's
Emily are
'cause-
burning.
When you're looking at like Animo characters that can like almost single-handedly carry stuff, the biggest problem is going to be Chamber 3. So you want
Mhm.
you want characters that are able to do some non-swirl damage in your like swirl carry teams, and Emily's really good at that. And I'm not sure if Kenichi needs Emily to be able to clear. But maybe like obviously I need to think through a lot more than that to be sure. So maybe
Mhm.
it's fine to use them because you have enough like off-field damage dealers that can work in those NMO teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, dude, Kenichi was like it truly came down to the wire. But I mean, I think this kind of shows that the Ito Goro team, like, I thought it was like good. Like, it was like I didn't feel like, man, this team sucks. It was like I got to get the perfect rotations, but like it ended up
Mhm.
being pretty good. But like the thing is like my Kenichi by itself. I mean, my artifacts aren't insane on Codex. I had them on Beacon of the Reed Sea. So I don't know, like his damage was good, but like it definitely wasn't enough to solo carry the Swanee. Like if I had a
That's
top
fair.
team that was significantly better, maybe, but like, dude, I don't really know how to like truly explain it, but like until you get working with your characters and you can literally only use a single character once, like you really need to run like a team with like max 2 good characters.
Yeah,
And even
yeah.
then it's like almost too much. Cuz like you will run out of good characters cuz there's not I have 88 characters on my account. There's not 44 like bussin' fucking characters. There's like
Yeah.
20 or like 22.
Yeah, it's pretty rough for sure.
Yeah, so but so yeah, I guess I kind of wanted to like format my thought process cuz I know that you know you're not hands-on on my account. I know my artifacts and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I think just kind of getting your ideas of like what combinations of characters in max combination like 2 do you think are like very strong duos for this abyss? Because I did kind of make a document.
Wait,
When I
you're-
show the document on Discord, can you see it or no?
No, I can't. Also, I don't.
Okay, here.
The problem might be on my end, but it looks like you're dropping
No,
frames
I
on your
did-
stream.
I chose Genshin. I'm gonna do screen, and I'm just gonna do my monitor.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, there we go. So these were kind of my ideas, because I need to get 11 clears, right? So top side Kazuha, and then 1 Venti, and then 1 Sucrose.
Mhm.
Nilu Bloom was an idea, but the more I think about it,
You need to
I
use
might-
Nagida for that. Well, I guess maybe not.
yeah,
You could do like.
it's like I could maybe get away with DMC, but the biggest
Mhm.
problem with that is I have to use at least 2 of my limited Dendro characters. Well,
Yeah.
sorry, at least 1, and then 3 Hydro characters, which there's even less like Hydro characters. It's like the most. It's the least populous element and some of the best elements. So like
Mhm.
Nilu Bloom, it's almost like if I could get her to get carried by another team, like it might be genuinely better. It's kind of a weird one.
Yeah. That makes sense.
We do
though.
have
Yeah.
we do have the ace in the hole Chiori. I have 2 C6 characters. One is Chiori, who can probably solo carry a floor. Maybe
Mhm.
like a shield would be nice or a healer. And then my Kokomi is C6. She is definitely a fucking meme. She's bad.
Yeah.
She's like a Nubalette, like a C0 Nubalette, maybe.
I think that might be pushing it. It's like C minus 0.5, Nevilet, maybe.
Yeah, she's like 0.7.
It's apprentice notes Nevilet. That's what it is.
But yeah, Kokomi's kind of a okay DPS.
Mhm.
But yeah, Chevreuse combination. My Shao, this is something to note. I don't have C6 fires on.
Ooh.
So Shao feels not amazing. But like you were talking about with burning, honestly, it sounds like Shao, Farazan,
No,
Pyro.
okay, no, actually, I don't think you should do Shao Farazan. I think you should have
Ooh.
Farazan carry.
Bruh. How do you do
What
that?
constellation is she? Is she at least C? What's the constellation that gives you your wait? I gotta read her cons real quick again. What constellation is she?
Let's check. I think she's C3. She is C3. The Vortex.
Yeah,
if
it's
it
the
hits one of-
C1 that's like the big one for stuff like that. Because I don't know if you saw
yeah.
the 2-unit clear with 4-star only that someone posted. They did a
Oh, I did.
yeah, like they did Farazan Lila,
Mm-hmm.
and it was enough.
Dude,
Because
that's insane.
Animo is just so broken in this Abyss. Now, you don't have her
Yeah.
C6, which is kind of a big deal, but you
Yeah.
can fill that gap with having 2 additional characters. And, like, Animo is actually so good in this Abyss that I think having a fucking Swirl Shao and a carry Farazan might be easier to make work than Farazan with Shao. Oh yeah, your stream is lagging. Okay, you can solve the share screen.
Okay. I stopped. Okay, sorry, I was typing. I stopped
Yeah, no
sharing
worries.
screen. How we doing?
It looks fixed on
Okay,
my
they said
end
they're
right
back.
now.
Man, is that like a Twitch thing or is that like a my computer thing?
I don't have that issue, so I think it's a your computer thing.
Dang, let's get a sub goal going. Okay.
True.
But okay, Farazan. Okay, I'm gonna write her down. I'm just gonna write her down as her own floor. And I'll write Swirl OP. That would be honestly amazing if we could somehow pull that off. Especially with, I mean, dude, the guy, like you said, did it with freaking just Layla.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm sure he's C6. I don't remember what weapon he was on. I think it was 4-star weapons. I think he was on like stringless.
I'm not sure. It might have been.
So, dude, if I could learn how to do that, like that would actually be crazy.
Yeah, also, keep in mind the swirl buff is doing just as much for you whether you're building full EM or not. So for Shao, you might still be better off not building EM even if you do swirl Shao.
Wait. So you're saying it buffs the base damage of swirl by 600%, not the like.
No,
it's not gonna amplify
it doesn't buff the base damage by 600, but 600 does the same amount because your base isn't changing. Like it just adds 6 to your EM multiplier.
my EM multiplier.
Yeah, like if you go to your like character stat page and you click on EM, it tells you by how much you're getting your stuff increased, right?
Yes.
It just adds 600% to that number for swirl.
Okay, so why does stacking more elemental mastery not make it do more damage?
Well, it will do more damage, but the amount of damage you're gaining is going to be the same, right? Swirl is 868 base damage, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like resistances, so it's times 1.15, so it's about 1,000 damage, right? The Abyss buff just makes all of your swirls do 6,000 more damage.
Dude, this was the right call asking for your help. This is actually some galaxy brain shit. I usually just brute force my shit. Okay, okay, I liked it. Hold on. So I need to just kind of lock in. I'm gonna put it in my notes. Swirl is very strong.
Yeah.
Okay. So I need to value my Animo characters a lot more, which I didn't use one yet in my clear. I was
Let's
actually in
go.
the middle of a clear that I think I could get this clear. Tell me if you
Yeah.
think I should just like wipe this.
Yeah, I saw
but-
one of the teams. What
Mhm.
what do you what are the teams?
Yeah, top side was Ayaka, Shenhe, Sayu, Candice.
Yeah.
I tried Mona, but Mona is Mona.
You tried Moda instead of whom?
Candice.
Okay. My initial thought is Sayu might be able to solo carry a floor too. So it might be better off to not use an Animo unit, but I don't know if you're gonna have enough damage without an Animo unit.
I don't think I would.
But, like,
looking
you-
at my Animos. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're all besides Kazuha, Sucrose, and Venti. I think those are like. See, I'm level 1 brain. I think those are the obvious good ones. And then level 2 brain is, I guess, everybody's fucking good.
Yeah. Oh,
so,
you're gonna
like-
need to level them though.
Oh, you do think the 90 is that worth it?
Well, it makes the swirl base damage go from like 6 to 800, oh, almost 900. So it's like more than 2k damage on each swirl. It's a pretty big
like,
difference.
If I had infinite money glitch, I wouldn't care.
Yeah,
But
it's so much
I have
more.
enough-
I know.
I have enough to build like 2 of them to 90, probably.
Mhm.
Would you say
Okay.
it's Farazan and Lynette? I don't fucking
Okay,
know.
I
Shao,
think
probably?
definitely Hazo.
Oh my god. You're my chat's biggest fan, dude. They fucking everybody loves Hazo, bro. I never use this guy. Alright, so Hazo, just because he's a catalyst. Is what
Yeah,
you're
just because
saying,
he's a
right?
catalyst.
Okay. Don't get too excited, chat.
Well, okay,
Wait, why not
maybe
the
not.
catalyst
Because
too?
the thing is, like, you aren't gonna need 11 Animo characters to solo carry. Like, you can do some non-Animo teams on the first side as well.
Mhm.
But like, you definitely should. The ones that you end up using as solo carry, they should be 90. But if you end up using some of them just as VV for the second side, then they don't need to be, right?
That makes sense.
So it just
Huh.
ends up depending on how exactly you decide to build your teams.
Yeah, this is something to keep in mind is like, let's say I put every Animo character on top
Mhm.
once to do the burning, the cool swirl shit. That means I have 0 VV
Yeah.
ability on the bottom half with all the 5 freaking ruin guards, the Swanee for Christ's sakes, with the hydro res and stuff. So it's hard to find a balance for sure, but
Mhm.
I think we're definitely getting somewhere with that because I can start playing around with this. I don't have
Mhm.
fucking practice being some Farzan MLG gamer. Okay, I'll definitely
Yeah.
I'll definitely put in some practice for that. But okay. Do you have anything else that maybe comes to? Well, let me go back
Yeah.
to my list.
Did
Um,
what constellation is your gumming?
Not C6. I think
I
it's
see.
C3 or 4.
Okay, it's cooked then. I was
So I
gonna
haven't
say.
really unlocked the character yet, effectively, but he's
Mhm.
there.
Wait, also.
I was planning.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry if I'm interrupting.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I was planning on using him with like Farina, Seat Lolly, which is like
Okay, you should not use
lot of-
both. Gumming is a
Yeah.
Claymore character. If you use both, he will shatter and not react.
Oh, you mean if they're frozen? Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other
I
ones
was
are
just trying to
bosses,
think of a
so you're
way-
still not gonna react. It's not. Do not do that. This is a bad idea. One of the two, for sure.
Hmm.
Probably
Well-
Seatlali because, well, fucking Swanee.
Wait, are you saying that when you plunge down, you shatter before
Yep.
you vape or melt? Sorry.
Yep.
Oh my god. Ugh, okay, yeah.
But
take that
honestly, like,
shit out.
even non-C6 Gumming with Seatlali, you'll be fine.
non C6 with just Seat Lolly. Wow. Well, okay. Does Seat Lolly apply enough cryo
Yep.
in the interval for
Yep.
gumming to like? It's just
Yeah,
so
it's
well?
perfect. The intervals are perfect.
Oh my god, let's fucking go.
You can get 6 melted E's.
Okay, well, just keep in mind my Gaming like isn't that good. So like I don't think Gaming plus Silali is enough to just like I got this shit.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Like, you're not gonna be
yeah.
able to do a fucking duo clear, but, like, as long as you're playing units that are somewhat synergistic with that, you should be fine.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how I feel about using Sayu. Also, you're using Sayu right now, so, like...
Yeah, exactly. So like I would put Animo in
Mhm.
quotes. But like maybe I don't even need an Animo. Uh,
Maybe.
Oh, just before we get too far, okay, we were talking
Yeah.
about the Shenhe Aika thing. I could definitely use a different Animo. If there is a different character that is an Animo that you think could provide enough damage that isn't that good,
I'm
that could be cool.
wondering right now if literally just getting Pyro and Cryo Resonance would be enough.
You mean with Gaming?
Yeah.
That's definitely something I can
Like,
do because like pyro characters are pretty
there's a lot of
disposable.
garbage.
There's not an unlimited
Yeah.
amount, but they're not super needed. And then cryo, luckily there's a lot of cryo characters in the game.
And there's a lot of garbage there as well.
Yeah, so like, you know, just throwing on. Well, speaking of garbage, I was the second team I was just trying to clear with, which I was gonna get. It's Yoimiya, Mika, Yunjin. So I think that's 3 great characters to get off the plate.
Yeah.
But the third one, unfortunately, good character, Yelan had to be the one to
Mhm.
lead the charge there.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like that felt good to me because to me that's one extremely good character carrying like 3 trouble characters. Like I love
Yeah,
Yoimiya.
yeah.
She's C2 on my account, so she is like good, but she still like effectively has to have vape. Like
Yeah, for
because it's
sure.
like otherwise it's like you need Bennett and a VV and Yunjin. It's like too many like good characters,
Yeah.
and even then it's not enough. Like so
Don't look at
monopile is
the
not enough.
percentage of the team DPS being done by Yelan.
Oh my
Don't
God.
look. Don't.
Yeah, I don't want to know. Surely it's not like 50%.
Oh,
Maybe even like a little bit less. But that was the team. So it was like
I think
I
that's a
felt pretty
great
good
use of
about that.
Yelan, yeah.
I agree. It was like I'm looking at Yelan, Xingqiu, even Farina to an extent, even my personal Kokomi to an extent as like the best hydro applicators, but like carrying those 3 characters felt actually useful. And then going back to the top side, like Aika Shenhe, obviously it's 2 cryo characters and you want them for the Swanee, but it's like they like cannot get through the golem floor. It's really fucking funny. You have to get through 5 golems. Ayaka's cooldown for a burst is 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's rough,
So, like,
yeah.
the minimum you could clear it in is like a minute and 30 seconds. Minute, maybe 10 seconds. If they
Mhm.
die to like the beginning of your first burst.
So
or
you'd need
something.
one of the
And
better
they're like,
teams for the other side. But yeah.
yeah. So what I was getting at was Aika Shenhe feels like the play for side 1, not 2.
Mhm.
And then yeah, if I could use a worse Animo, but yeah, but those were the 2 teams I was using. And then you can see my ideas here. I will be honest, I'll name some trouble characters I'm a little bit worried about. Chaska. I think Chaska is a good character, but I've used her and it feels hard to
That's
make her work.
fair.
It's like once again, my codex is good, but not that good. I don't have her
See,
signature. So
you
she's on,
know,
like,
what the
front
problem is, Eeks?
what?
It's that you're not doing normal attack Chaska on the first side. That's what the problem is.
Like charge attack?
No, normal attack. Like, just start flying and just mash your normal attack button and get the swirls.
No, she can do that. Wait, what the fuck? I thought you could only charge attack.
No.
Oh wait, I have her in the party right now. Here we go. Wait, it's not doing anything. Wait, how do you do the normal
You just-
attack?
Just normal attack.
Okay, I'm on controller. Normal attack for me is going down.
Wait, what?
Oh, I click left click. She left clicks. Wait, that's fucking funny. So
Oh, okay.
I just spam normals with her.
Yeah, and you have her as a swirl carry.
Oh my god. She's attacking a lot. This is a lot of normals.
Yeah, and I think she has standard ICD on her normals, but you'll be able to, like, in AoE. Wait, maybe you can alternate between normal and, like, short hold charge. Maybe we're on to
like,
something
what?
here.
Like one bullet? Like
Wait,
one bullet? or
yeah,
like two
yeah.
bullets?
Wait, I gotta go fucking try this shit.
Oh, okay, hold on. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna put Chaska on the top. I'm gonna take her off the bottom. Move her to the top side of my notepad. That's crazy. Chaska, dude, this is insane. Chaska normal attack. Oh, tell me how the test goes.
Yeah, I got you.
You are not welcome.
Lay down.
I can turn into your stream. Let me do that.
Open fire.
I'm getting sick.
Now you test my patience.
I'm trying to figure out what the combo should be.
You are not welcome.
Transfixed.
Arlecchino.
So
Open fire.
okay, it seems like normal and charge share ICD.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
You are not welcome.
But if you just spam normal, you get 1, 2, 3, 4,
Coming in.
5,
Coming in.
6,
Coming in.
7,
Now you're
8 swirls total each E.
gotcha.
Burst is like at least one, right?
Yeah.
This is so fucking scuffed, but like I kind of like it.
Wait,
Yeah.
So Luna gave me a good idea in chat. What if you short hold but 2 bullets instead of 1?
Every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if that long enough of to wait out the ICD is kind of the goal. Right?
Open fire.
No, it's not working well because the hits are single target, not AoE, so they're proc
What
control
about
at the same
3?
time.
What about 3?
You're gonna have the same problem
Mm.
because they all go to different enemies, and the normal attack seems like it has enough AoE to hit more than one of them.
I'm getting sick of this.
Coming in.
Not if they're not sending. Yeah, like the normal attack has enough AoE to hit an AoE. So
That's good. That clear is surprisingly not bad. I mean, you did half their health in like.
yeah, considering I
10
literally only used Chaska.
And are you even like? You're not full elemental master on it
No.
right now, right?
But if I go like, I don't think you should go fully M. Well, no, I guess if you do this, you do go fully M.
Very interesting.
Let's see. But the last chamber might be a problem for this, though. That's the problem.
The 2 guys, right?
Yeah,
The golems.
that might be rough.
Yeah, it feels like there need to be another character that can do something. Jeez. Yeah, man, this abyss, like, look, over the last 2 abysses, I don't remember the exact patch by name, but it was like they definitely cranked the difficulty up a lot from Fontaine. And then people are saying this is like this one's so fucking easy.
It's a lot
definitely
easier, but it's not easy. Yeah.
Exactly. It's way easier than the last two, but like this abyss is harder than all the abysses before the previous two, or like maybe not all of them, but like pretty close. For this specific challenge, like it does ask for a lot from each floor. Like the Swanee demands like a lot of respect, IMO. Like Hydro Animal Res is one thing, the freeze mechanic is another thing, and then just like the amount of HP he has requires you to just the team can't be bad. Like it has to like have a lot of damage. And then the 5 waves, the multiple waves, yeah, I don't know. It's pretty annoying. But I guess to keep the theorying going, one thing I was gonna bring up was like characters to me that how do I say this? There's certain characters that like are okay in a vacuum of like only having the perfect support.
Yeah.
And like, for example, like Sino is like, bro, I can't really afford to give Sino like an optimal like
Yeah.
Hyperbloom team or like an Aggravate team. Even Yoimiya, like I'm kind of giving Yoimiya a pretty optimal team and like Yunjin plus the A-Long.
Yeah, well, that's because Yunjin is only good for her pretty much, so that one's
Exactly.
fine.
Yeah. But characters like Sino, who's C0, not, yeah, C0, I don't have his weapon, whatever. Chaska, for example, again, C0, don't have her weapon. Shao, I do have Jade Spear, but I don't have C6 Farzan. So, like, these kind of, like, trouble carries are Child. Dude, I don't play Child.
Yeah.
I click skill, I click burst, I normal attack, and then, it's on cooldown for a long time, and I don't know what to do in the downtime. It's like, but he's a character that I feel like I tried to just slap him on a Nouvellette team, I'm gonna be honest, for the stupid normal attack thing. But even Nouvellette isn't good enough to, like, solo carry a floor, like, just by himself. Like, he needs, like, a shield against the Eremites, at the very least. Or, like, a really good cryo. And then the Swanee, the Hydro Res, it's, like, not really gonna work there. I don't do the spin to fucking win thing. Like, that would make...
No, yeah, that's kind of cringe, for sure.
Yeah, that would make the second chamber easier, but, like, I don't want to stoop to that level.
I'm looking at Chaska stuff, and, like, it seems like it's pretty doable, with like a bare bones taser teams with any form of Hydro Up that doesn't do damage plus Auron.
Nilu?
Yeah. Does Nilu's E hit if you're flying on Chaska?
It's a good question.
I don't have her, so I can't check.
Alright, I can check. Alright, let's see. Bro, poor Nilu getting put in this very esteemed position. Alright, Chaska, Nilu, here we go. Should I try it in the Abyss, or just like, yeah, I'll just do it in the Abyss. Yeah. Alright, here we go, we're going in. We'll try chamber 1, we will go Nilu, and we will go Chaska. Alright, going in.
After this challenge is successful, same thing, but without swapping artifacts or weapons either. True.
So they have Hydro on them, like, while I'm in the air. Like, it never went away.
Oh. Yeah, but that might just be because of the swirl. Are you sure you're actually applying Hydro?
That's a great question. Oh, wait.
Because if you've got an Electro, it'll remove them. Hmm?
Yeah, here we go. I'll run away from them.
Yeah.
If that's even fucking possible. Holy shit, I think it's not. Wait, I have this character okay. Alright, so here we go.
How long is that Hydro Aura gonna last?
Alright, here we go. Test time. No way, bro. Come on. It doesn't work. Just when we thought we cracked the case, bro. Hoyo does
It's
it
fine.
again.
You can do Nilo and another taser team with like Sucrose Fischl.
Dude, you just said two of like the
I
best
know,
characters in the
yeah,
whole game on the
maybe
same team. I see that's your natural thought, which is the right
Sucrose
thought.
EMC.
Oh shit, now we're cooking.
Now we're cooking.
Yeah, I've been trying to think of where I'm gonna use EMC. I was thinking some like Nuvolette team, just
I
throw 'em on
think
there.
either in a taser or a Hyper Bloom team.
Yeah, okay, this is something I've always thought, I've theory craft in my mind, is like you read Electro Traveler's kit and it's like, why can't this character work on a Hyperbloom team?
Because EMC needs like 300 ER. That's why.
Ah.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound too hard. 300 plus, doesn't the character generate a lot of energy? Isn't that what it does? Or is it like
To
only for
one
team?
character on your team.
Oh my
But if you
God.
generate energy to himself, why the fuck is he on your team?
Yeesh.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay, well, where we're at right now is burning cool. So like placing a lot more stock into animo characters,
Mhm.
I think is definitely a valuable takeaway here.
Yep.
Chaska can also do that. Good takeaway here. I'm trying to think. Well, oh, let me put Sucrose.
Do you have a Sethos, by the way?
I do.
Is he
The team
built?
I was trying with Sethos, which I got really close. It was Sethos, Yai, Miko, Lynette, Kidada. That's what
Okay,
that was.
okay. You could also use EMC with Sethos. There's some EMC Sethos tech you could consider.
Because she generates a ton of energy for the charge attack build.
So, Sethos has I guess 3 different charge attacks, right? There's like the normal bow user charge attack, and then there's his special charge attack, which has 2 levels, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, his special charge attack instantly becomes Electro and doesn't have ICD. So you don't necessarily need to do hold level 2 for charge attack Sethos to be a thing. Electro MC generates pretty much just enough energy that you can spam a hold 1, like a hold level 1 Sethos, and basically end up using him like a machine gun. Fucking.
So I've never played EMC.
Yeah.
Is it like constantly ticking your energy up?
Yeah, yeah. Because like what Sethos does is like in order to do hold level 1, he consumes half of his current energy up to 20. But that means if you're below 20 energy, it costs less. So if you have a way to like consistently generate energy while you're low energy, you can end up basically doing more hold level 1s.
Bruh. Okay, so for a team like that, so it'd be like Sethos, main character, and like Kirana is a shield, like and aggravate. So like I don't dislike that. And then like I'm gonna be honest, like I don't think he's enough. So it's like I think
Yeah, if he's level
replacement-
80, he's probably not enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't get every character to 90.
Damn.
His stats are fucking good. Like I have him on Slingshot, 89
Mhm.
crit, 167 crit damage, 498 EM. So he's solid. His talents are 767. Obviously, they could be better, but like Yai Miko could be in that last slot, but I know that Yai Miko has the potential to hyperbloom. So I do kind of hold the potential.
I don't think Yaimiko Hyperloom is gonna end up being something that's all that valuable.
I agree. It's scuffed.
Yeah.
For sure.
And like you have other Electro characters that can Hyperbloom that aren't good outside of that. Whereas Yai can at the very least just be used as like fine off-field damage.
Yeah, and she's well built too. Talents are 6, 9, 8.
Okay, yeah.
I shouldn't have read the 6. But you know, you can't take these things back.
Aware.
Okay, I want to ask you about Mualani. A character that I think is really fucking good.
Did I say that
Um,
again?
I said she's a character that I think is really fucking good, but she requires very specific teams, and on top of that, both of these chambers have like hydro res enemies.
Yeah, she feels so bad in this.
Yeah. Like I think I feel like you could almost make a chamber 1 run work for her. Cuz like she will kind of munch down the ruin drakes, but like she can hit 2 targets, right? If they're really close with the bite.
The thing about Molani's AoE is like the coding on it is so awful, and really often she just doesn't hit one of the enemies.
That's rough.
Like,
I
I've done a few Molani clears. I don't think I have done a single Molani clear where that did not happen on any of the 3 chambers. It happened at least once, and I'm pretty sure most of the time at least once a chamber.
Yeah. And then it's Hydro Res. I mean, she is a character that I've invested a lot in. Like, I actually have her signature weapon, so she does a lot.
Okay.
And she's 9/9 talents on skill and burst. And she's level 90. I know. Crazy I have a level 90 character, but
If only it was one of the Animo characters instead.
I just don't
Tragedy.
know if it's enough. The suckiest
Yeah.
part is like she needs like Dia or Shangling, of course, like or like Pyro Traveler who's scuffed. I don't want to use that character.
You could use Toma.
Yeah, that's true. How do you like get him to apply the pyro?
He hits before Molani does when you do Molani's normal.
Oh, like when you click the like
Yeah.
leap, it like shoots and then she does her little backflip.
Yeah, the problem is the AoE. Especially against the Rune Drakes where, like, they're on either side of you. It's gonna be Omega scuffed.
Okay. I already used Pyro Traveler. I'm just answering some
Yeah.
people in chat. I've done
Mhm.
one, but like that was a single run. You know, like I can null a run to get the characters
Yeah.
back, but like I'm pretty like I'm kind of satisfied.
I
with
mean,
that
it might
run,
just be
but-
Dea, honestly.
So here's the thing about my Dia.
Yeah.
I do have her weapon, and she is C6. So she's like 0.5, 0.7 Arlecchino. No, not even. Who the fuck am I kidding? She like is an okay DPS on my account. But I think it might
Yeah.
actually be more worthwhile for her support capabilities.
No, actually, the thing is, like, Dea has some HP stuff, which means she's less synergistic with attack buffs, which means that what she gains from having teammates is less than a lot of other carries. So she shouldn't. She might actually be better than characters like Hu Tao in a challenge like this. So
Yeah, exactly. My Hu Tao, it's funny you bring her up. She's one of my best characters. I have Homa and C1, but like, yeah, she fucking needs like Yelan or Xingqiu at the, it's
Yeah.
kind of brutal. Yeah, I tried Dia, and I mean, the damage isn't bad for sure. But I feel like she just needs something. Can't you run Nilu? Nilu applies Hydro. I don't know if it works though.
I
Consistent,
don't
mean.
think it's, well, it might be enough actually. Because Mona's enough, and I think Nilo's more.
If Mona is enough, then I can make that work.
Mona's not enough for the full C6 thing, though.
You mean
She's
like the
enough for
full
C0.
duration of her birth?
Yeah.
But what's the cooldown on Dia? I'm trying to think on the bottom half. Can I burst like it's 18 seconds? Yeah. Because it's like, let's say I burst down a golem with each burst.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible, I guess.
I mean, you can also position yourself so that, like, it spawns where the last one died.
Yeah. Got a little extra damage that way. So Diamona, I'm gonna write that down as a potential. I wonder if you could run both. Hydro Resonance right there. Wowzers.
Huge.
Dia.
Hydro resonance
Mona-
above the Daya damage. That's insane.
Yeah.
Huge.
Let's fucking go. I'm gonna write it down. Dia Mona
Mm-hmm.
parentheses Nilu. Maybe a little bit ambitious, but it's something. Let me see here.
But yeah,
I
for
kinda wanna
back to
see-
like the Molani for Pyro. Who else
Yeah,
could you
sure.
use?
Yeah,
You could use
Toma is
Shinyan
awesome.
actually. Wait, it's such a Shinyan angle because it's all AOE chambers. If like you should not do Molani second side against Wani. Like it's got to be first side.
Oh, I'm just doing this for a
Okay,
visual
yeah.
for the stream. But dude, fucking Zinyan. Okay. I mean, shit. If that was enough to carry a floor, like I would call that a massive fucking.
Yeah,
win.
yeah. I think you might need to use an Animo, but you can just use one of the ones you don't want a 90 with that.
Lanyan is a shield. She might be too good.
Yeah.
Fuck,
and
every
like,
character is like I don't want to get rid of them. You know what I mean? Like for Animos. Yeah, it's like Lanyan, Jean, or Hazo.
or
Jean's
Lynette.
a 90, bro. Can Jean? Will Jean burst be enough to like, do this whole burning thing you're talking about?
What do you mean?
Do you think Jean can solo carry the top side with Swirl? I guess is what I'm asking.
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
But maybe
So I
Jean
guess-
Razor.
Brother. Please explain.
Well, so that you can what should we call it? When it's Pyro, it's Sunfire. When it's Hydro, it's Bathwater. But what is it when it's Electro?
Water. Suicide water. That's what they... Toaster water. Toaster water.
No, because there's no water.
Oh fuck, there is no water, you're right.
Yeah.
Why'd my mind go there? Unfortunate. Okay. We'll theory craft that name there. But
Yeah.
dude, fuck, hey, if that could clear, that's like a miracle fucking run.
Yeah. But
Razor.
I don't think it's gonna be enough. Because there's single target swirl, because you're only targeting yourself, so it does half the damage that a normal swirl does.
Electric chair, I'm getting from chat. Okay. Name pending. But I mean there's two other teammates, right? On that team.
Yeah.
I don't know who the fuck it would be, but wait, does Jean's C4 boost the swirls?
No, they're not animal damage.
Oh, okay. I thought I might as well ask, while you're here.
Yeah.
Okay. What else can I think of? I need to ask. Sino. Yeah, Sino's a character I'm a little bit scared of. Even Kaching, Eula. Bro, I was trying to run. Okay, this team worked 1 every 100 runs. It was like Navia, Kujo, Sara, Ningguang. This shit's so bad. And Eula.
Right.
There's no synergy. I get
Is your Sarah C6?
But it was like, is who C6?
Your Sarah?
Yes.
Okay.
So like, I don't know. I don't respect Kudosara that much, but I guess in a team like this, in a challenge like this,
She's pretty
her
good,
attack
yeah.
is probably more valuable than I give it credit, because I would just use Bennett in every other fucking situation, right?
Yeah, no, of course.
But that's not an option. So perhaps, yeah, I don't know. I was about to say Kaching and Sino are kind of trouble characters. So I mean, Kudosara with them. I know Sino's like an elemental mastery dude, but like he's a character that still benefits from attack, right?
Yeah, he's not really an EM carry.
Okay. Well, that's good then. Just thinking that Kudosara plus
I just stayed in the Abyss menu so long, it, like, put me out of it.
Wait, have you never seen that?
No.
Bruh, I get that like 3 times in Abyss challenge.
Really?
That I do. It's the
Damn.
most infuriating thing ever. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna open up the notepad.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put Sino / Kaching plus Kudosara. It's just something for me to mentally kind of mark. Gaming, I'm gonna get rid of. Oh no, T Lolly's there. So Farina is open. My Farina
Yeah.
is C2.
Okay, that's gonna help a
so
lot.
Yeah, she could carry some shitters, for sure.
Mhm.
Who those shitters may be, I'm not sure, but she is quite good. Get rid of Ito.
I think there's like 2 ways you could go about it. I think you either put her on the first side with like a swirler and like a shitty swirler plus literally any off-field electro plus Farina should be enough by itself.
Did you say off or on field electric?
Off-field. Or an
Well,
off-field swirler like Lynette plus an on-field electro. That might work as well.
Okay, that sounds a little bit more likely because off-field electros, I have, I guess, Orun, Dory, Lisa,
Dory would
and then
work.
Fischl is like, I can't put Fischl with Farina. That's too much power on one squad.
Yeah.
IMO.
But Dory could work as well.
Dory the fucking goat.
Actually,
oh, my Dory C6. So she's both on and off field.
But she's not 90. Damn.
Dude,
Tragedy.
I'm willing to level Dory to 90. I mean,
Okay.
come on.
All right.
I was
okay.
probably gonna do this tomorrow anyway. So
It might
yeah, no,
be.
okay.
It might be a Dory Farina DMC flex angle, and I think the flex could be a throwaway.
DMC? That sounds too good. Am I crazy? What about Animo Traveler? Is this Animo Traveler's time to shine?
I feel like Animal Traveler is better to keep than DMC. Like, Hyperbloom is good, but you actually don't have that many good Hydros. Keeping all the Dendros for Hyperbloom isn't actually that useful.
Okay. Joke voice aside, I do agree with what you're saying. Because, like, Hyperbloom, as great of a comp as it is, just, like, the reaction itself plus nothing is not enough to clear the Abyss anymore.
I think
at least in a challenge like this.
It is enough, but only with the good units that apply a lot. And in a challenge like this, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. What I was trying to say was, like, without characters that inherently, like, do damage as well. You know, like, Xingqiu does a lot of damage while being a goat. Nahida, if you build it right...
I mean, it's not just because of the damage. Like, you could literally have Xingqiu no artifact other than ER, level 1 weapon. Same thing on Nahida, same thing on Yelan. And still clear in time with a level 90 Raiden, right? But the problem is, you can't use all those units, right?
Watch me. No, just kidding. Okay. Well, Farina, Dory plus Animo is kind of base. Do you think Farina plus the swirl cheese strat is, like, too much, though?
I think you're underestimating the amount of good units there are. Like, putting two decent units on a team, like one good and one Animo, like, when you consider all the Animo units to be at least decent, there's actually a good amount of units that are good. Or, like, if we go from the bottom, the units you have at, like, 80.
I'm down.
I'm gonna wait for stream delay. Okay. So, like, Amber's ass, Xinyan's ass, but Xinyan can enable Mulani, so you can make her work. Eonfei can be used just as a shielder. She herself isn't going to do too much, but you can use her as a throwaway slot in a team where you need resistance to interruption. Gaming's good. As long as you pair him with Citlali, you're gonna be completely fine. Candace is like, eh. Kirara's good. Auron's good. Lisa's whatever. But she can be made to work. Razor's kind of ass. Sarah's pretty decent. Dory's meh. Sethos is okay. Kaya's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I've been like, when you look at the bottom characters, he's
Yeah.
one of the ones that like I mentally save.
Yeah.
Uh,
Gotta get that
because, like,
cryo.
yeah, but like I don't save every cryo. It's just the fact that he's like such good off-field cryo, really short, fast cooldown skill cryo. Like, yeah, he's really good.
But
Changyan,
yeah.
on the other hand,
Yeah, Chongyun,
He's okay.
Lila, Mika, Fermine, Charlotte are all like kind of sus.
yeah, Fremine, I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do with this guy.
He's gonna be on the Nevidat team.
Okay, no troll. Like, what would you build for Nuvolet? Like, he's Nuvolet. He's the GOAT. He's that guy, right?
Yeah.
But like I said, like double hydro res enemies. He needs like
I did a clear a few days ago of Nevilet, Lanyan, Kachina, and Kaya.
okay.
And like I did it first and second side. And first side I had time to spare.
Huh.
And obviously,
like
you probably
that.
don't use Kaya in this one, but
Yeah.
like literally just Nevilet plus VV plus Cinder City plus his last stack is enough on the first side.
Yeah. I agree. So the last stack is just literally any patch element, right?
Literally any character that gives them a stack.
Well, there's a lot of those.
Yeah.
Diluc.
Yeah, you could use the loot.
Let's go, Diluc.
Huge.
That's massive, actually. Holy shit. Amber.
You could also use Amber. Do you have C6 on Amber?
I do.
It's probably better to keep Amber than to keep Diluc then.
Okay, but I don't have a ledge or anything like that.
Yeah, aware. Oh well.
15% attack is worth keeping her. That's crazy.
It might be Amber on the Gumming team.
Oh.
Like Amber, Animo for Swirl, Citlali Gumming.
It is Pyro. Yeah, it's Pyro, what's it called? Pyro Res?
She basically gives you... How much do you get from C6? Is it 15 or 20 or 25?
I just checked. It was 15.
Okay, yeah. So you get basically just 40% attack from her being there. Put her on 5.
What were we talking about before that? There was some team that was kind of cooking.
We talked about the Nevilet stuff.
Oh, the Nuvolet, the scuffed Nuvolet thing was Nuvolet, Lanyan.
I use Lanyan just because I was too lazy to go get Animo MC. You can use Animo MC, no problem.
Okay. If I can break out Animo MC, I'll take it.
Yeah. You're gonna have to like
MC...
kite properly if you don't get a shield though, but like keeping Lanyan is nice.
Well, this patch element could be a shielder, or Lanyan, right? So I almost feel like Kachina's like kind of good, but I almost need it. Like, it sucks, but like Nuvolet needs just like that little bit of damage buff.
It doesn't have to be specifically Kachina. It's just getting Cinder City is kind of a big deal.
Well, I mean, what about Nuvolet Auron? That could almost like...
You don't need Auron, and Auron does a lot more than Kachina, so you'd rather keep Auron.
Yeah, you're right.
Auron's gonna be an important part of one of your first side taser teams.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's like Sucrose, any Hydro, what's his name, might be able to just clear anything.
Yeah.
Do, 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 do. Man, that's where I wish I had Beto. I feel like Sucrose Beto could clear like anything.
Yeah, Beto's so good in this Abyss.
It's really, yeah. Bro, I have double crit cards today. It's Chamber 1 crit card, Chamber 2 ER, Chamber 3 crit card.
Oh.
I wonder if the Ito team can get it done without Beto.
They might be able to.
Because my Ito is like, okay, look, I've been on a journey to get a top 1% Shiori. She's like 0.1, 0.7. The husk pieces are just fucking batshit insane. So like, my Ito was like 90 to 60 or something with Redhorn.
Okay,
So
hear
it's
me
like
out. Hear me out. Hear me out. What about
Okay.
Mona?
Yo, that's actually fucking based. So Ito, Goro,
Albedo Mona.
Albedo, Mona.
Yeah.
Oh my, this is actually such a good Mona angle.
Yeah, it is.
Damn,
But
but
you
like,
can't use her with Dea anymore. No!
yeah, fuck no, dude. I'm trying to think. Mona, I don't think Mona's, very good, but like, I almost feel like we could get away with like someone even worth more.
Maybe.
Nah, I'm putting too much.
Wait.
Putting too
Actually,
much stats
important
into
question.
it,
What
bro.
constellation is your Kaya?
Like I has C6.
Okay. Because
All of
I
them
did some
are-
testing a little while ago about with Sitlali Kaya for Dea. And you could melt everything. You could like that was meltable. I don't know what about like solo cryo Kaya though.
You are not welcome.
A lot of good characters, IMO. But it's something to think about for sure.
It seems like you can melt most of the stuff with just Kaya cryo. So you might be able to make it work with your C6 Dea.
That would be pretty juicy. That'd be a great clear. Yeah, I would do that on the bottom. Yeah. That could work for sure. Let me put that in the notes. But I could go Dia, Kea, and Mona, right?
No, because Shatter and Freeze sucks.
Shatter. Why does this exist?
But it's fine because like
Exists
that means you
strategy.
can more easily get away with Mona on the Ito team, and like I think
Oh,
with
you're
C6 Dea plus Kea, you kind of don't really need anything else.
A lot of respect for Dia that you literally have in your bio. Dia can hit me, it won't hurt. Giving a lot of respect to her.
I mean, yeah, I do. I think she deserves it at C6.
If you spend enough money, lose enough 50-50, she does deserve it. You're right. Okay, Dia, Kaya. I wonder if this team could clear right now. I mean, crit cards are nice.
Do you want to
then-
just do Chamber 1?
Oh god, in front of an audience?
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right, fuck it, we ball. I can try. I mean, we're gonna body Chamber 1.
Just like do the fucking whatever fastest team for the first chamber. I just want to see Chamber 1 Dea second side.
All right, let's do it.
Cause like I don't know, maybe I am overestimating it.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, look at my 95,224.
Holy.
Wait, that's too much crit with the card. So
True.
with the card So I'll switch to this Sans. 88. Still almost a little too much. Oh wait, I have another. Oh yeah, this one.
You could switch to crit damage circlet instead, worst case.
You are correct. Do I have a good crit damage circlet though on this set? On Husk. They're kind of mid. But crit damage circlet just means you're like better. Like when people see high crit damage, they
True.
just assume your build is better
True,
than
they
it
do.
actually is. So we can just pull the wool over their eyes. All right, so with this we're at 70, 266, and we're gonna get 15% crit in chamber 3. I mean that's pretty hot. 85?
Yeah. And like, yeah, Saluna said something that's fair in chat. In a challenge like this, it's probably worth to like crit fish a little.
Crit. Oh, dude, by how do I say this? By product of just ramming my head against the wall for like 10 hours, like I'm effectively crit fishing without even knowing.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. I was running scroll Goro, which was pretty based. I don't have exile or whatever. It's not really an option for me.
So I'm trying to think what you should have for the rest. Wait! This is a team where Chongyun CDR would be useful.
Chongyun CDR. How does this thing work again?
It just gives you 15% CDR in his E.
You just click it and you get it?
Yeah, like while you're standing in his buff, you have 15% CDR.
Okay, so you're saying that instead of who's the last slot on this shit? Mona?
No, for the Daya team.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was thinking about that.
No worries. And then the last slot. Yeah, this would be a good use of Yunfei. Pyro Particles,
Mona...
TDDS, and
I was gonna ask, what do you think on the Fav versus Thrilling Tales debate on Mona?
For an Ito team, 100% Fav. Maybe even Proto Amber. Actually, probably Proto Amber.
I guess I don't have a healer here. All right, just to be safe, we'll try Proto Amber. Get this girl. I mean, it's probably Noblesse, right? I could build her for like damage, but
yeah, no, that's not gonna be great.
Hey man, look, her talents are kind of high though.
Huge.
Mona's the reason why I downloaded this video game all those years ago, so her talents are quite respected. Sorry that it takes like 8 years to gear on controller,
Nah,
but
it is what it is. I understand.
It's the price I have to pay. All right, so Beacon. Let's get Dia going here. Probably go the ER one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take my cracked Yelan pieces off of her. Give them back later. All right, she's 78, 194. Pretty freaking good.
Sounds good, yeah.
I could go crit damage, right, and fish, I guess, but what is Kaya's like best DPS on this kind of team? Do you think Emblem?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I could put him on Mist Splitter.
That's good.
Do you think that's worth it?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, it's either Missplit or a Fav.
Exactly. Well,
I don't know how
need to decide on the other,
fucked the
how
Daya
much
VR is
energy
gonna be.
two guys are gonna be bringing to the table.
Yeah, I like Chongyun. And then I'm not really sure what the last one should be.
Amber.
You could use Amber here, sure. But that one might not be enough.
Poor Amber. Who do you think would go? Like, what even element?
You could use a throwaway Pyro character for Power Resonance. At, like, worst case scenario.
Well, there's Diluc and Amber come to mind. Like, Diluc, you know, he's okay, but he needs the Yelan. He needs that. You know, that's brutal.
Yeah.
IMO. I think Amber and Diluc are the two most tossable. I almost feel like the Luke is worse. Amber can just like I don't know, like the
Yeah.
taunt is like surprisingly decent.
But the thing is, I'm not sure if this team is able to get away with using a character that is only there for resonance. So I think I'd go for Amber over Diluc here.
Go Amber.
Yeah.
Okay. We do have Pyro Traveler available again. Someone in my chat mentioned. But I like Pyro Traveler would mess with the reactions for this team.
Yeah, I would.
Should we go no blast?
Do you have
Chang'an?
Makira Aquamarine?
I do not,
Damn.
unfortunately.
Okay, that's fine. 5 Chang'an it is.
Put that boy on fat. What set should I put him on, you think?
Chang'an?
No blast or damage?
I think it's an instructor angle.
Ooh. What about Instructor Amber? I guess she's gonna be reacting, I guess.
It'll be harder for her to get a reaction during your setup, and what was the other thing? Well, maybe not actually. I guess you could do Noblesse Chongyun. Instructor Amber. Her ER requirements might be rough with that, though. That's the thing I'm worried about.
Okay, so Kaya 71 161. Pretty good.
That's pretty
That's all
good,
Miss
yeah.
Splitter though. What's his ER? 157.
That's more than enough. You have 2 cryo.
Yeah. Chang'an on Fav. Okay, so you think Instructor and then Noblesse?
Yeah, I think Noblesse on Chang'an is better because he should do more damage than Amber does.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is like he's gonna contribute more.
Mhm.
I think. Do you think it's ever worth it going attack sands, or just ER all the way?
If you're going Fab, you can use attack or EM sends. His burst cost is low, and you have 2 cryo units using their skills. The biggest problem I can see is like if you do Instructor Amber, her burst won't be over. I'm not sure if her burst will be over by the time you swap the Dea, so you might end up missing your reactions because of her.
Because of Amber?
Yeah, unless you like start with her.
I could. 66 126. Pretty mid, but that's all right. And then Amber will throw on Instructor.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the less I like the idea of Instructor Amber. I think...
I trust you in this situation.
Yeah, I don't think there's any set that's actually good. Maybe like Exile. I don't know if
Cinder City.
you said you don't have an Exile. Because I don't think you can actually get her to get a reaction in a setup that isn't awful.
Yeah. I mean, I could put her on Exile. Like like they're all level 0.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Just challenge mode. One of them's level 16. I take it back. Okay, use Elemental Burst for generates energy. Okay, so I just.
Oh
got
yeah, you're fine. You have one of your leveled pieces is an ER Sands. You're fine.
Damn.
Use a crit rate circlet though, 100%.
The Foresight.
Oh, you don't have never mind. You don't have a feather at all. Okay, that's fine then.
Well, I don't have an Exile Feather, so it
Yeah,
has to
that's
be
fine.
like, yeah.
Just sword by ER for that then.
31% crit. She got a chance to proc Fav here.
Honestly though, I think you're fine even if you don't proc it. It's more about procking it for Dea's ER requirements.
All right, well, let's give this a
Yeah,
try.
let's see how it goes.
Okay. Crit card baby.
And by the way, the order for your rotation is probably Amber. And don't use her skill like ever, because the Pyro app after a delay is gonna steal your melts. So Amber Burst, Chongyun Burst E, Kaya, EQ, and then Daya Burst. I guess you can start with Daya E. Does that make sense?
Yes. But I may need you to repeat it.
Yeah, no worries. I'll repeat it when you're there.
Sorry, I realized someone in chat told me Mona didn't have no blast, so
Oh,
I wanted to go back. Okay, so this rotation is going to be. Well, I want Mona first for Cinder City, actually. Mona.
Who's on Cinder City?
Goro.
Do you have him? Actually, no. Goro applies off-field Geo, right?
Great question.
On his burst, I think.
Generates 1 collapse every 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, so you can trigger the Cinder City
Off field.
off field, yeah,
Okay.
so you don't need to start with Mona.
Alright, cool. So I can leave. I do have to think that it's only with his burst, though. Not with his skill.
Yeah.
Alright,
That's
we're
fine.
Goro.
Cinder City will last forever anyways, so even in the rotation where you don't burst, you'll be fine if you don't burst. Like, it is
Yeah.
what it is.
Okay, here we go. So, sorry. So now the rotation, you're saying I can start with Dia's skill,
Yep.
go into Chongyun for
Amber
the
first,
blast. Ah, yes.
and then Amber's burst is gonna help you get a quad melt on Chongyun.
Ah, big melt. Then Kaya.
Yeah, and then Daya.
All right, I'll try. Here we go. I'm feeling hopeful. Big crit. Here we go. Oh, the split.
Oh,
The Ito damage is
unlucky.
pretty fucking juicy, though. You have to
Yeah.
admit.
Also, I don't think you need Alright, I think you should swap into Albedo before Mona, not after.
Before?
Yep.
Okay, I can try that. So let's just see how the second floor goes. Like, obviously, this run can be improved greatly.
Mm-hmm. Is there any reason why you EQ on Ito instead of QE?
Do you mean I play on controllers? So I don't know the fucking names. You mean use my
Skill burst instead of burst E.
I kind of usually do it just for the energy efficient, whatever, picking it up, but I guess I don't get the stacks then.
You don't get the damage bonus on the E from the burst?
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that because it raises his defense, so. it
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
does help.
by a lot. It like triples the damage. Don't forget the Albedo.
I'm not playing like super optimal. I'm just
Yeah, that's
kinda
fine.
trying to
Right
get
now, I
the
just want to
second floor.
see what it looks like on the second side.
Exactly. Well, I can get there. Surely. Get him, Albedo. That's
Hell
my
yeah.
goat.
That's my goat.
That's my fucking goat right there. Oh my god, he's so clean. He's so smooth.
Huge!
Okay, here we go. So Dia into Amber into Chongyun, big melt. But I need to skill with Chongyun after the burst, right?
Yep, Bursty.
And then
First skill.
Kaya's not really gonna matter the order, but
Skill
okay, I'll
first because his burst doesn't last that long, so you'd rather do it right before you swap to Daya.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Please, Dia. Oh yeah, 42k, 50k. Okay, hold. Ow. Amber. Chongyun. Boom. This is not that bad.
Yeah, I think it's enough with well played first side.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think of how fast this is gonna clear in like an ideal world. It seems like we can get this in like a minute. No, sorry. It's hard to think and play at the same time.
Minute
if I can be
20-ish
completely honest.
is what I'd expect.
Dude, yeah. We are not that far off with how much that first run can be improved.
Yeah. Might be
Oh,
able
shit,
to get
okay.
away with using a worse unit than Chongyun then. Maybe this is the Freminet side. For the Freminet team.
I like where your head's at, but it really this challenge is really hard.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure because with fucking Amber already is kind of a meme. But I guess Chongyun isn't. Well, he's dropping the cooldown of the. Does it drop the burst cooldown?
Yeah, it drops every cooldown. But I don't know if your rotations are tight enough that you need it with the NC6 extending her uptime.
That would be so. Well, we do have to think there's 2 more floors. There's the robot guy, which I should be fine. Dia can just like fucking tank him in the face.
Yeah.
And then it is the Swanee, which I'm also just gonna fucking button mash.
Yeah, like this is a Mel team. It'll be fine for Swanee.
Damn. How about depending? No matter what the time is, let's just go into the next chambers and see.
Sure. Yeah.
Many instances.
I know I should have gone to Albedo first, but 100K Ushi right there. You love to see it.
Yeah.
No crit, bro.
Fair.
No crit, bro.
That's fine. Still got
Dude, I
it
don't even
in
have
that
to Goro
rotation.
skill because of my cooldowns. It feels fucking amazing, man. That time I needed the energy. Well, I should be Goro skilling just for the energy. Like right there. Getting it
Yeah.
on the Ito.
Yeah, because you're a
Do you
little
remember the
low
clear
on
time
ER.
for this the first time? Do you remember the clear time for this floor the first time?
I think it was a little bit over 130.
Because, I mean, this shit is going
This
like,
is going
so
a lot
much
faster, yeah.
I didn't get the Fab Frog on Goro, you son of a bitch. That's alright.
Okay. Hear me out. What about Fab Albedo?
You think,
I think,
he's on Uraku and he's, you know, he's popping off.
yeah,
right?
his damage is probably high enough that it's not ideal.
Come on, bro. Get out of here. Okay. All right. We have a minute and a half to potentially actually pull this off. So let's get it.
Yes,
Let me
sir.
play some music that's gonna excite me. You know, that's gonna get my blood a flowing. All right, this is fine. Wait, my YouTube is just bugged. My computer can't handle it.
Aware.
All right. Something with a little guitar. All right, here we go. Sounds. Intensify. Oh my god, look at the setup. He's actually kind of decent. Oh my god. Oh my god, and the Dia Burst is back. You can't make this up. Watch this tech. Ooh. No. No one saw that. Dude, we're kind of fucking popping off right now. Hold on. Come on, Dia! I didn't pull for you for nothing, right?
I mean, this is looking like you're gonna be completely fine, actually. Time to spare, even.
Dude, Dia's the GOAT.
He sure is.
Wait, we're obliterating this shit right now.
Hey.
Oh my god. See, every time I would say, guys, my idea is kind of these, trust. I would be met with such vitriol All right, I'm being that guy trying to save energy, but I'm gonna potentially go
No,
down.
that's
so-
fair. 100%.
No, wait, look at this damage. Oh my god. All right, Diaz burst. Easy, dude.
Oh!
Let's see how the other floors go. But that went so well, honestly. Yeah, Chongyun could be taken off for like for M&A or some shit.
Yeah. You might also be able
alright.
to use a worse team on the first side.
I don't particularly hold this team in a high regard, but
I think right now, you're missing like 10 ER on Ito for it to be really comfortable, and if you gave him like 10 more ER, you'd be clearing like 15 seconds faster.
yeah, I mean his crit is like so fucking good that like I shouldn't be afraid to like take a little bit of it away, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
God damn, Ito. He doesn't even look like he got power crept, you know what I mean? 8 years ago.
All you need is Sig and 300 crit damage.
I probably should have saved the Omen for last two guys, but whatever. Oh my god, get fucking rolled, dude. Yeah! This team is clearing faster than the beta one. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
So the fact that Beto is available effectively because
It's gonna
of how well
help a
this
lot
team's
for your
doing-
taser teams.
Oh yeah. Like Beto can help carry like worse characters than fucking Mona can, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
832 is such a good run for this. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, here we go. This one's pretty basic. Jeff, how long does this guy have his resistance at the beginning for?
Just wait until he disappears and comes back. That's what I do now. I gave up.
Like to use everything, or
just
you
like-
think like
Just use your
Do it.
deity and wait.
okay, that sounds cool. Let's do it. Boom, bitch.
Might as well auto him too to get the procs, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna sweat, I guess, but
Yeah, you probably don't need to.
let's go, Dia. Tank that shit. Oh my god, go
Dude.
shit. Actual fucking giga chat. Oh, I fucking love it. Look at the amber energy.
Oh,
Look at
wait.
everyone's energy. Okay, hold on. No, never mind. Wait, Dia doesn't have enough energy.
Oh, oh no.
Give me 5. No. Okay, hold on. We can wait. We got time. Here's the thing, guys. We got time. We can wait this out. Look at that. Okay, the fact that we kind of griefed that and we're still gonna potentially. Oh my, that was an accident. No, cancels the. No one fucking saw anything, bro. Let's do it again. I just had so much fun in this chamber. I'd want to do it again. I should have more energy. Fuck, that was pretty funny. So Jeff, are you still there?
Yeah,
You're
what's
not
up?
laughing at me, right?
No, I would never.
Oh, okay. Like that wasn't you like muting your mic to like laugh at, or something.
I
like
think
that, right?
I think my mic just didn't pick it up. I didn't mute myself. I was laughing very
Oh.
loudly.
I can't talk and play. I thought I didn't feel the second wave of Hilichurls yet, so I was like, well, they spawn right here. Oh my god. I'm fucking dog shit. Watch this though.
Oh,
Watch
yeah,
this one. You're gonna be
I'm
proud of me.
watching.
Oh, Albedo first. Damn, he's fucking clean.
Also, wait before starting for the next chamber. There's something else I want to tell you.
Okay. Someone asked what con is my idea. She's Constellation 6. Free to just kidding. But
Coach the
okay,
Jeff
to be honest,
diff,
I'm
true.
playing really cocky. I'm just playing like a monkey because
Yeah, I mean it's fine. I think you'll still be fine as long as you don't jump cancel.
I do have to admit when there's like when I have like your viewers waiting too. I'm just kind of trying to like speed it up.
Oh, I know.
But you know, playing like that is a bad sign of being too cocky. Okay, here we go. I can't believe how good of a team this is for Mona. It feels like amazing, man, actually.
Mhm. I used to play this team, but with Zhongli instead of Ito. I did some wet rock, Zhongli, Albedo carry, quick swap.
Crescent Pike, right? I'm just kidding. But
It wasn't. It was actual Geo Zhongli. It was it's the C1 Zhongli effect, you know, with that double pillar, double resonance.
all right, so this is definitely a slower run by a good margin than we just had. Yeesh. This little fucker. All right, let's just all act like I perfectly played this floor just to get a time for this. So this is gonna start at.
Yeah, wait.
Oh no, I'm
It's
sorry,
fine.
I
It's
went
fine.
in.
Don't worry.
Go. I'm listening.
But yeah, for future reference, try to dash cancel K as E before you burst.
Dash cancel. Okay, yeah.
Because he doesn't consume his energy until the end of the animation, so if you don't dash cancel his E, sometimes he just doesn't catch the particles. Like, he catches them while he's full energy.
I'm mashing. Yeah, here's where Dia's slightly short on energy. It's this rotation. So how can I improve this? Okay, to be honest, watch this. We are like how many seconds short from this clear? Look at this, bro. We're like 10 seconds short.
And you were more than 10 seconds slower than the last run in the first half.
Yeah, we could clear this legit right now. All right. It's time to lock in.
Yeah, also, because the construct does so much damage to everything, maybe it'll, like, destroy your Baron Bunny before you swap to Dea. So you might be fine to use your E on Amber without it yanking your reaction. Yeah, just for the energy.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that damage, we lose like a single melt. I think it might also be okay.
Yeah, that's also true, yeah.
Yeah, let's fucking try it. Okay, here we go.
The energy matters more for sure.
I forgot I was on prototype Amber. I was autoing for Fav procs.
Happens.
Aren't you proud of me though for being like a disciple of the Fav
Hell yeah.
church? Fuck you, you stupid little hill troll. Okay, I'm right by where the other ones spawn, which is pretty good. What? What? Where? Where? Yep. All right. Don't worry. I'm fine. Fucking Albedo. Alright, this one wasn't even faster than the last one.
Yeah, no.
One more try. It's
I'm
all
a
TNT.
believer.
Thank you. I need those. Holy clear.
My god.
Dude. I just keep getting staggered, but it's alright. Clear's still fine. Probably overkill. Super overkill, actually.
I mean, it's fine, because you have to... It's not like you can swap out of Vito's burst. To go
Gotta spend
mono
that
burst.
time doing something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm the greediest guy on the fucking planet. I'm not gonna monoverse. Oh, I separated them. Alright, I'm the dumbest guy on the planet. You know what? This run's still fine.
Yeah, it's still fast enough.
Or is it? With how hard I'm throwing.
Good point.
No, I'm throwing so hard. I wanted to look cool, Mom. We're not gonna be able to beat this. I mean, we might be able to, but I don't want to go into the last chamber.
With no energy on Ito, yeah.
Yeah. All right. No more fucking around here. I'm done with that.
Alright.
I'm done with the childish games. Oh my god, dude. No fucking way. Nobody fucking saw that.
Yep, didn't see it.
This is I also hate how often the characters focus the hill trolls. It's got to be the most infuriating thing.
I wonder if that's more of a controller thing, because...
Oh no, don't say it ain't so.
With Ito, at least, usually I feel like it's pretty easy to focus where you want. It's going well, though.
Yeah. Trying to keep it consistently decent. Dude, no fucking way. Just stop. Tab out for 10. Tab out for 10.
Oh. Oh boy.
Tab out for 10. No way. We're all having fun here, right?
Yeah, we are. I'm having a lot of fun.
Okay, great.
Where did your albedo E go?
It's a great question. Well, I'm just now learning that you can like cancel the animation of Mona's skill before it actually comes out and then waste it.
Oh.
Not waste it, but then I have to switch back into her, you know. She didn't need any more data against her. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I just realized you still have like 6 hilly turtles to kill.
No. That's all right. We'll get them. They're coming in.
Hell yeah.
There's one little fucker. Get back here! Ain't no fucking way, bro. Ain't no fucking way. Albedo do the thing. His burst took so long. Fuck it. I don't care. I fucking got this. I'm so ready.
It's
I was born for
doable
this moment.
if you do the Amber E.
Oh, I didn't do the Amber E. Next time. Next time. Yo, that was actually so hype. That was the most excited I've been to see a Baron Bunny explode in my entire fucking life.
Holy. You didn't Baron Bunny
no.
again.
No. Hold on. Dia's gonna make up for my mistakes. No, she's not. No, she's not.
Oh no.
Take care left. Changyun. Kaya. Guys. Dude, I'm sorry I let you down. It was so good. Nah.
Damn. Close though.
Shit happens. Am I right though? Am I right though, guys? Everyone?
True.
Shit fucking happens, huh? Okay, this run's already fucking perfect.
You're right. That's a good start.
Run's going fucking crazy. Oh my fucking god. Never mind. Oh my god, this run is so fucking hot. They're gonna be talking about this run for ages.
It's true.
No. Dang, and the part where he like style charge attack
Yeah.
just for disrespect.
Oh.
Oh my god. Don't do it, Albedo. Don't do. Okay, I'm not gonna get greedy. We're just gonna take the fucking craziest time. No hill of churls left, baby.
Hell yeah. That was like 20 seconds faster, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I have full energy on everybody. All right, Goro. I mean, Ito will have enough after like one Goro skill. God damn. Okay, Baron fucking Bunny. Do the Baron Bunny thing.
Yep.
We're gonna do the Baron Bunny thing.
You can do it like before he spawns, by the way. That's
But I think it's gonna explode before Dia's gonna come in.
I guess that's true.
Because Dia's at full burst.
Oh yeah, that's.
But I
you
have
don't
2
need to,
stacks of Baron Bunny, so there's almost like no foul in doing it actually.
Mhm.
Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna do it. Oh wait, I missed it. Cause I didn't do. No, don't worry. The run was so good, guys. Guys, You gotta believe it here. I'm not gonna fuck it up twice. Fool me once. Yeah. Oh my god, he's so clean with it.
That's
He's
actually
so
an
good at
insanely
mouthing.
clean run, by the way. Holy.
Okay, I do need to just not throw like I'm doing at this
You-
exact moment.
Yeah, you have so much time to spare, though.
Yeah,
You'd probably kill him just with Dea's E.
yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Let's go, Dia! Woo! Okay, boys. Think about how much time there was to shave off that though.
Yeah.
Right. More data that Chongyun might actually be able to get saved. It's very ambitious, but okay, here we go. And like I said, another fucking crit card. All right, these guys, luckily I played a lot with them yesterday with Ito, but I mean, level with me here, they're not the easiest dudes to
Yeah,
group of all
you just
time.
gotta fucking pray.
Yeah, so we're going to try our darndest here.
Oh, you should restart that, by the way. Did you know that if you just don't go forward at the start, they run towards you always?
Yes, I knew if I run too fast at them, they move back.
Yeah.
So, it's kind of the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Oh, no. All right. The other one will hopefully run over. He's not. That's all right. I'm not getting enough energy on Ito, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. Just start with Ito,
I
then.
can take the time to like full funnel him at the beginning, I think.
No, just like swap to Ito and aim his E at them without going forward, and then do your rotation.
This?
Or not. I meant like before you even do anything else. Like start the chamber, swap to Ito, aim his E at them, and then do your rotation.
Ain't no fucking way, brother.
I think you gotta catch those particles before you swap to Goro.
Yeah.
But it'll be enough if you do that.
Dude, I forgot there was a hold version of Mona's skill. I just did on accident. That's crazy. Little fun fact for everybody out there.
Also, like, literally just don't input a movement direction when you start the chamber until they've spawned.
Okay.
That makes it a little more reliable. That's good grouping.
Yeah. It's so nice. Ito hits them in the head, too. It's fucking clutch. Just have to
Yeah,
aim
it is. It really is. It's such a big deal. This seems like you'll have like 40 seconds to spare, honestly.
The other one charged. I missed it. And I missed this one. Honestly, they're still dying really fast, though.
Bro.
Oh.
Also, try to remember to go to Albedo before Mona.
Roger that, good sir. All right, let's just see this. I know I can do a faster run than this, but let's just see how the Swanee is going to be.
And he got his charge again.
What's that?
He got his charge again.
All right, 813 is not a good run, but perhaps D is to go. Okay, I fucking hate the Swanee. I gotta make sure that I have a cryo skill up, but Kai is so good at that because his skill cooldown is so low that like
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just gonna happen.
Yeah.
Because this team's gonna have cryo going on.
Yep.
I think this guy's fucked. I think he's actually kind of washed now that I think about it.
I agree. That's why you want to cryo. And he's a wash, so if you freeze him, he's like really cold.
Boom, bitch. Okay, so you know what? This isn't over. Oh, I needed to switch faster. I missed that window. Okay, I would say I played that a solid like 3 out of 10, maybe 2. And and I still feel like this wasn't that far off.
Yeah, we were. That was pretty close. Like you're a rotation away.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, also, if you realize that you don't have your Daya Burst, I think that the right play is to just like accept that.
Okay. No, your voice cut out. If
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
have Daya Burst,
Yeah, you just accept you don't have it and like do a few like use her E, make sure you get a little bit of melt out of that. Maybe go to Amber, do a fucking C4 Baron Bunny proc.
you mean
And then-
charge attack? And
Yeah,
shit?
and then do another
Ooh.
rotation.
Fire. No, you're right. I should like, if I miss a Dia Burst with Kaya Burst, I just gotta wait for the next one. You know what I mean? Okay. Here they come. Oh yeah, baby.
My god. That's fucking
Good
hot.
run.
Jesus Christ.
Already dead. Most useless Monoverse of all time.
I gotta get that Proto Ember healing.
Oh my god, this run is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Get to him, get to him. Oh my lord.
That was what?
That was
40
fucking
seconds
lit.
faster?
All right, Swanee. Show me what you're made of. Watch this. Watch this.
Baron Bunny yoinked your melts there.
Peter. She's done her job.
True.
Good one. Like this. I think we needed her. You know what? No.
No, you're fucking fine.
I actually take it back. She's so fucking useless. Just kidding. She's cute though. She's really cute though, you know? Let's go! Bro!
Easy clap.
Brother, Zajef. These are some fire teams. And think about how I didn't play perfect. I played pretty good. But not perfect. So like, dude, the fact that I could nerf these teams a little bit, that feels so good.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, Chong Yun is he's like the best character. Man, dude, thank you so much, man. That is such a good clear. And so like, I have Kanich, Emily, and Beto all still in the repertoire
Yes, sir.
after this. Dang, bro, dang. Dude, I do have to say the crit cards today are like,
Pretty helpful, yeah.
yeah, they're all right, I guess. Okay, so I did mark every character I've used green. Wait, Ito, Goro can stay. Albedo can stay. We're gonna take Beto out, Kanich out. Dude, let's go. But I can. Crap, I'm trying to think right now
Mhm.
that I could make the teams worse. Man, but I've been streaming a while. Dude, it sucks that the cards are gonna change.
Yeah.
On a different
You
day.
know what though? Like, it's not even like you used a single good unit yet.
Yeah, like Chongyun is like okay. He's
Yeah.
not like I gotta do everything to
Yeah,
save.
exactly. And like
my
same for
boy.
Kaya.
Yeah, Kaya. Yeah, but Kaya has to be for Dia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I don't think Dia's gonna be able to carry a whole floor without
Mm-hmm.
Kaya's help.
Yeah, for sure.
Huh. Well, all right. Let's do it. Let's lock in that run. And honestly, well, what I was gonna say was that did null my one successful run. So we're technically at the same progress that we were before. But
But
we
it'll
have
be
a lot
easier
of-
from here.
Oh, legit. I think Beto played really well, is like borderline a carryable character on the top.
Mhm.
And then yeah, Kanich and Emily haven't even been used yet. I feel like I used a significantly worse group of characters than Kanich plus Emily. Dang, dude, let's go. Let's go. Okay, so I need
Kanich
to
is the Hyperbloom goat.
wait, is that real?
Kanich is. Do you know what GC Sim is?
Who?
GC Sim. It's a Genshin simulator.
Are they a person or a program?
It's a program.
Okay.
Anyways, GC Sim has a database of like a lot of different teams simmed with their DPS. And Hyperbloom is the second highest Kanich team.
But who's the Hydro? Is it Farina?
I think it's Singto.
Does Xingqiu work with this like swing
Yep.
thing? Okay. I can't. Well, honestly,
Like,
that might be worth it.
I don't know if Singto is gonna be is better off used for Hutao or for Hyperbloom. That's the one thing I'm unsure about.
I truly think Hutao plus my Hutao plus my Xingqiu can potentially carry like two absolute like doo-doo characters.
Yeah, just by themselves.
Yeah. The top run still needs to be like decent, but they can carry pretty hard still.
Yeah. The question is that necessary though?
Yeah. But it's like Hu Tao, her level of a character just plummets pretty hard. I feel.
It might still be good enough because of how single target focused the second side is. Even if you end up playing her in a shit team.
Say that for me one more time.
It might be good enough because everything is single target. Even if you play her in a shit team.
Yeah, I mean, she's gonna need help. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
Xingqiu is like enough help, but like on the bottom half, it's like she's gonna need like 3 characters that don't completely dis-synergize with her or whatever.
That's fair.
Dude, I'm trying to remember the last character we used. Changyan.
Yeah.
There we go. That took way too long. Yes, I used different shades of green on accident for some of them, just to
Oh,
get
no.
more like interaction in the chat.
I see.
Actual fucking galaxy.
That's
content
evil.
creation.
That's actually evil.
I'm kidding. That's not why I
That's
did it.
fucked. Completely
If only I
fucked.
was that much of a psychopath, I might be bigger than I am right now. Okay. Well, dang. Dude. Okay, so let's go over everything we learned. One, we got an amazing run with who we have right here, these teams that we just cleared with. With Zajef's help, Animo is OP. We need to put a lot more stock into our Animo characters, which makes side 1 a tiny bit less scary to me.
Yeah. And by the way, because I'm reading like what you wrote down, it's not burning that's good. It's just that if you're gonna have an Animo carry, they are gonna be the one responsible for most of the burning uptime. So burning is like a chain reaction you end up getting. It's like you can consider burning, you can consider electrocharge, you can consider aggravate. It's not the burning itself.
Fair enough. You just, when you said it, you said burning destroys the top 4, so I guess I had that in my brain, but...
Yeah, I was talking about the air fryer team with Emily.
With Emily?
Yeah, basically Emily plus literally any pyro character, even if they don't have off-field pyro, plus like Sucrose, is enough to carry a floor.
Pretty freaking good. Let me write down some of these ideas before I forget. Side 2, Kinich, Hyper Bloom. And then...
Yeah, like, the biggest reason for, like, potentially considering Kinich Hyper Bloom is because no Bennett, and Emily's fairly powerful even without Kinich.
And
Kinich...
Yeah, my Emily's really well built. Her, I was farming for Whimsy, and then I ended up with, like, the most cracked, Reverie set.
That's really good, then.
Yeah, let me show her real quick.
You can do, like, Reverie Emily and, like, Deepwood Toma or something. Oh my god, these pieces are...
This is her stat. Just off rip.
Holy shit.
So we can go even less crit rate somehow. Because I have the crit cards today.
Do you have other weapons you could use?
Yeah, I have Homa.
Yeah, just use Homa then.
I got 2 Homas. Damn, that damage. Deepwood Toma. Do you think Toma... I was kind of holding Toma as a pretty valuable character in my mind.
For whom?
Just because he's a combination of shield and off-field application of an element that doesn't suck.
But what characters are going to need that off-field pyro?
Mualani, like we kind of talked about.
I think you're better off with Xinyan in AoE scenarios, honestly. As tragic as that is.
Okay, Xinyan, that's true. I don't think I would run a Burgeon team. I almost thought it's not because of the application, it's just the shield, but you may be right. Like, I might have been putting a little too much stock in that.
And, like, yeah, keeping units is
Overload.
good, but you're gonna have to use them eventually, you know?
Yeah, I think it was. I was thinking of whoever I'm gonna use with Chev. Whatever carry I'm gonna end up using.
Yeah,
with Chev.
I don't think that team is gonna need anything. I think you want to use bad units on that team.
I do not have C6 Chev though. Just something. I still think Chev is like a goated character. but
Yeah, yeah.
It's
It'll
not
also be
quite
fine.
as like brain dead free chamber.
Mhm.
But yeah.
You could use
I do have
Tomo with
Cloran.
Kinich, I guess, as well, perhaps.
Hmm.
If you don't do Hyperbloom Kinich.
Yeah. Do you think Pyro? Where do you think you Pyro Traveler would end up after that? Then.
That's a good question.
Yeah, this run was great, but I guess I still have all the travelers, which is a little bit upsetting. But
Pyro Traveler is actually decent, though.
I agree. Cinder City is juicy too.
I mean, in that case, you could do Pyro Traveler with Emily.
It's a
Pyro
good point.
Traveler, Emily, and then an Animo, and then fucking literally anything else.
Damn.
Maybe
That's good to
get
think of.
Diluc for that Pyro Resonance.
Do you have any ideas for this this character that's on my screen right now? If you're watching.
Find a 3-unit team that functions and put this garbage on it.
Who could have predicted this?
What's Hydro MC's particle generation like?
I have no idea.
I'm gonna check on the
Shocking.
HomDG cat real quick.
Chiori piggyback ride. Hell yeah, baby.
It's not there. Oh.
Chiori's literally gonna be a freaking like daycare.
Yeah,
like,
you can
freaking
use her with Chiori. That's probably the play.
Chiori taking the kids out for a walk, dude. I fucking love it.
Like, I think the Chiori, you use Chiori second side and you do like Hydro MC, Fremine, and
Gophers in my chat said Chiori and 3 travelers.
True! Holy.
I wish, bro.
Oh.
Man. Okay. Well, let's see. I don't know if I wrote down Mualani in my notes from you. Mualani plus Zinyan. That can work. What do you think of when you think of Navia? With no if we don't, have access to like Bennett, Farina, the classics.
I think you want to use a decent off-fielder. Like, one decent off-fielder with Navia, plus, like, either Kachina or, like, Nang. And then whatever resonance works with that off-fielder is probably the play.
Yeah, I was trying Navia Eula. It was diabolical. I don't really know if I want to go back.
Yeah, I think that's probably a little too much.
Yeah. Beto goes from carrying one Geo team to another. She'd be so much better on this team, though.
Yeah, but I don't think you want to use Beto here.
Yeah. Because I do have Navia's signature. I don't have her artifact set. She's going to be on, like, 2-piece Glad, 2-piece Golden.
Because, like, what I'm thinking about right now is, like, you are going to have a few teams carried by Animo units, but it's not like you just want the Animo unit. Like, you do need things that function with them. I think you're going to want one of those teams with Beto, one of them with Auroron, one of them with Fischl, one of them with Emily.
Let me write that down. But those are all extremely smart characters for that. Okay, here we go. So, Swirl is very strong. So, Beto, Fischl, Emily, and
Auroron.
Auroron.
Yeah. And like, as long as the rest of the units on the team are like just the right elements, you can probably clear with only those units plus the Animo as the only good units, and the other ones pretty like throwaway units, you know?
Damn. I would love if I could actually do that. I do need to practice. Like, I believe you on paper, and I mean, I've seen the Farazan clear, but it's
But
definitely
it's
something I
rough,
have
yeah.
to. Yeah, I'll just need to practice.
Especially the last chamber, you're a lot more reliant on grouping RNG for swirl teams.
They're laughing at how I spelled or row
Or a run.
or row. Is it Ron?
It's an O, yeah.
Oh, well, news to me. I didn't even see my mistake. It's mistakes like that that are gonna keep me from not being able to clear this challenge. You know?
True.
If
Can't
I come
believe
down
he
here
doesn't
and
know how
I
to spell
can't find
Oron. That's fucked up.
Or Ron, baby. Well, dude, can you think of anything else that jumps out to you? Like, this challenge has a lot down the road. I literally have to clear 10 more times. It's not like it's not a small feat. But
It's a
if
big
there's
feat.
just anything else coming out to you,
Yeah. Can you scroll back
I'd
down to
love
the
to
list of
hear.
units?
Yeah. Like this one?
Yep. Alright, I mean, we could just, like, really quickly go through all the units and, like, try to figure out if, like, the sort of stuff you're gonna want to use for them. Right?
I'm down for that.
So, I don't think you're gonna do a carry channeling team. I think she's just gonna be an off-fielder for a team that needs her to reach the DPS requirements.
I agree.
Kazuha's gonna be put in one of your Animo team options. Like, just like either with Fischl or Beto or something like that.
Say that again?
Kazuha's gonna be carrying a swirl team.
Yeah, for sure.
I think, actually, you might want to do the Emily one with Kazuha. Because Kazuha's grouping enemies for Emily's burst is so nice. You could do Venti either as well, but Venti might be rough on the last chamber.
So my thought process, why Kazuha might be a little bit suboptimal is like his damage, like amplification won't boost. Does it boost burning damage or no? It doesn't.
No,
right?
but it doesn't matter.
Kazuha's damage buff doesn't matter. Is this what we learned from
Yeah,
the theory crafters? Am I ready for
exactly.
a rude awakening?
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
And then Child might need to be wheelchaired.
Yes, I don't know how to play the guy, and I don't have like Polar Star. I don't have like his best sets. This mech guy just subbed at tier 2 and he gifted 5 subs. I'm sorry, I
Huge.
keep muting my mic, but like, thank you
No
so fucking much,
worries.
bro. Holy shit, that shit happens sometimes. Okay, Child.
Yeah, Child. You could wheelchair him in a Neuvillette team instead of the last stack. Like, that's probably fine.
That's what I was thinking of. I
Mhm.
mean, he's a talent and Hydro Resonance at the very least, and I also can set up like the stacks with Child first.
Yeah.
Which is kind of based. Yeah, that's what I was originally trying. For me, what it felt like was like both sides with the Hydro Res enemies. Like, it felt really bad. Like because Child is effectively like putting all the eggs in the Nouvelle basket for one character. So like, I'm down for this team. It's just like I tried it with 2 shitters. It was like an Animo and a Cryo, and like it didn't feel like enough on my account,
On
unfortunately.
the first or second side?
I was doing the first.
Why the cryo
Like the
unit
second,
then?
it's the second chamber. Like it's not impossible. It just like takes longer than I'd like. So like the second team can't be like a bad team. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure with that Daya team, it would have been enough, though, with something like that.
You mean like the Daya team could carry this kind of team?
Yeah.
I don't disagree. Because, I mean, man, Ito was kind of like going hard. We got like a fucking.
He was going hard, but you're a lot more reliant on grouping RNG with him than with
Yeah,
Nebulet.
but
Like,
I'm
the
a
best
Deceptor,
Nebulet run
so-
will be slower than the best Ito run, but I think the average Nebulet run will be as fast, if not faster. You can focus
The
your
thing that sucks about
resetting
this challenge,
efforts.
though, is like once you. Wait, we're on a golden Kappa train right now? I'm
Holy.
sorry. This doesn't happen every day.
True. Gotta get that golden Kappa train.
Yo, check if you got Twitch Prime. I mean, shit, that shit's free. Okay. Man, I feel like there's a clock ticking because of the fucking Abyss cards, but I am officiating a wedding tomorrow. I've never done this before, you know, obviously, but I had some friends ask me to, and I'm honored, but it's like, bro, I have plans tonight. Let's put it that way. I gotta get ready. I gotta drive to the wedding tomorrow morning. So it's like, sorry. The only reason I'm complaining is like, I don't think I have enough time to do another run, is what I'm trying to say.
No, that's fair. That's why I'm trying to, like, go through all these right now.
Okay, so Child, Nuvolet, Animo. I think Child and Nuvolet works. I don't like the idea of like using Xiangling to make Child like a
Yeah,
useful
exactly.
line.
You
I
could
think it's
also
too
consider using him for a taser team, but I really think you really want to do on-field animos for taser teams in this Abyss.
Yeah, the only one I could see is like Lynette, like Child Lynette.
You could make that work, yeah, maybe. But
Child
otherwise,
Lynette
it's
or-
Nebulet. Then with Bennett, I don't know who you want to use Bennett on.
I think it would be smarter of us to be like these singled out like carries, like focusing on them. Do you know what I mean? Like going through what team is Bennett gonna be on? It's like Bennett's kind of the GOAT. Like he can really help
Yeah,
out.
like I guess what I'm asking is like which carry is not going to be able to function without Bennett, but will be able to use shit units if you put them with Bennett. That's what we're looking for now, right?
Yeah, to be honest, I think your Galaxy Brain might be better for that because, like, I mean, I just think Bennett's kind of good with like, you know, fucking everybody who scales with attack.
Maybe. Maybe you use Chaska with Bennett.
You
could do Chaska on second side with Bennett, Charlotte for like Cryo plus CTDS, and another either Pyro or Cryo, and I think it might be enough.
That first chamber was genuinely the hardest one with Chaska, is what it felt like. So it would be Chaska, Kashka, Chaska, Bennett, Charlotte, and
either a Cryo or Pyro that, like, you don't want to have to use on another team, like Diluc or something like that. And I think it's enough.
Yeah,
because like I think this is the optimal use of a Bennett, right? You're enabling a carry that is gonna struggle on a team where you're not using Bennett, but if you are using Bennett, you get to use two fucking worthless shitters with them.
That is a good way to think about it.
Yeah,
Chaska, I mean, just being 100% based on attack. I mean, he's that guy.
Oh, it's an alloy angle. Wait, do you have alloy?
I do. Dang, this is the Aloy angle. Let's go.
Yeah. Get those particles for Charlotte so you can use TTDS. Insane.
Okay.
It's a sack bow alloy angle. Huge.
What do you think of? Okay, so Ayaka, I almost think like Shenhe should be with her. Like,
yeah, I agree.
I don't think there's another character that Shenhe is gonna benefit enough, and Ayaka kind of needs her if I'm being completely honest. So I think I need this Ayaka, Shenhe, Hydro. I don't think Mono Cryo is enough, especially with how the enemies get knocked around.
Yeah.
Animo, probably. Okay.
I don't know.
Ganyu.
I don't think it's
So-
necessary. This could be a triple cryo with one hydro. Like, you could use Ganyu on the Ayaka team.
Do you think? But like, okay, in my mind,
Mhm.
Ganyu is one of the 3 characters in this video game that actually gets the Abyss Blessing buff.
That's
the
true.
The charge attack one.
That's true.
And I do have Thundering Pulse. I have almost. And my Blizzard Strike pieces are really good. So like,
You wouldn't.
I
I
don't
don't think
know.
you'd use Blizzard Striker though if you're doing her second side. I think you'd do Melt.
I would love to do Melt. It's just when I think of those teams, like, the setup is gonna be really fucking specific characters. Do you know what I mean? Like, who do you think it would be? It'd be like, what's the cheapest fucking units we could use to actually make that viable? My chat's saying Xiangling.
Wait. What if it's a Kanich plus a Pyro angle?
Kanich.
Yeah, for burn
And
melts. Fully Arcanich.
Oh my god. Like, you only use Kanich for his burst?
Yeah.
But he's like a good character, isn't he? Like,
Yeah. But you get to put him on scroll.
oh my god. The Kanich fans are gonna fucking cancel me after this, but it'll be fine.
Oh boy. Cause like that lets you get away with any pyro, you know?
Say that one more time.
That lets you get away with any pyro you want.
Okay. I want to ask a question. So,
Mhm.
Kanich is causing burning. Cool.
Yep.
With any pyro character.
Yep.
When Ganyu shoots her shit, doesn't it get rid of all the pyro for the melt, or no?
If you don't use her burst, you should be able to maintain your burning for a good amount of time. But
Okay.
you're probably better off using just an off-field pyro that's slow. You
Well,
can
there's
use Toma and do a normal attack when you lose your aura.
So there's Toma. There's Pyro Traveler as well, right?
Yeah, if that's where you want to use Pyro Traveler, that works for sure.
Well, I'm just gonna put all the options. Toma
Mhm.
/ PMC. There is Xiangling, but she's obviously quite valuable.
I don't think she's actually that valuable in a challenge like this. Like, I think her best use
No,
is
you-
going to be as an enabler for either Ganyu or Milani.
Yeah, I guess Xiangling Mualani could. I mean, that should be able to beat like
Mhm.
94. Kanich, that's crazy. Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind. Ganyu Melt, just in general.
Yeah.
I agree.
And you can use Nahida if you manage to free her up for that as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, but...
Kanich, Nahida. What's it called? Dendro Traveler won't work.
No.
Because the explosion shit. Oh, so we had an Electro or Hydro? That sounds cool. Okay, Ganyu, I got Clarand. I'm not a great Clarand player, but I do think I can build her like well. Like, I have a good Thundering Fury build, I have a good two-piece build. And I have
Clarand
Whisper,
is...
like,
Clarand might be best played with... Venti?
she hits him all the way up there.
The E's a little scuffed, but the normals are completely fine. And... like... maybe not with Venti. I don't know. But I think... I don't think you should use her with Chevalers because I think she's versatile enough that you could get away with keeping Chevalers for a character that's more reliant on her.
Who do you think? Like, who do you think is a reliant Chev character, in your opinion?
I mean, if you don't end up using Xiangling with Ganyu, you could do something like Xiangling EI.
Okay. I mean, I would definitely say this will clear, without a doubt.
Yeah, and you can use a shitter last like Yunfei.
Wait, what if about Chev Deluc? Yeah, Shades of the Eeks Abyss Challenge.
Yeah, that one that was a little more sus for sure. But actually, using Yunfei as a carry in a team like this might not be bad.
So like,
And
Chev,
listen, they
Yunfei-
did like significantly buff Overload since that challenge. So
Mhm. Yeah, they watched. They knew.
they did.
They didn't.
The problem is that you don't have Cryo in a Chevalier, so you can't do it on Swanee.
Yeah,
Because it's just gonna be too slow unless you're using good units.
bro, is it wrong? I don't even like saying this, but like, yeah, no cryo versus Swanee is brutal. Like the team has to be like very fucking good
Yeah.
to barrel through that. And then the top side, they just fucking get overloaded. And,
Yeah,
like, it's a
exactly.
nightmare.
Maybe it is a chloride angle with Chevaliers then.
Yeah, I was gonna say like maybe you don't like you just run Chef for an attack buff, but it's just kind of
Yeah, I don't know
it's
about that one.
disrespectful to her. You know what I mean?
It is, yeah. So, okay, it probably is Chevalier's Chloride. And then you do that first side with 2 shitters. Well, I don't know if I don't know if that clears with 2 shitters. I think 1 shitter and like Yai or Shangling.
Yeah. That team feels really good, but that could carry a bad squad, or that could be safe till last when we're out of cryos, or even something like that, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about Raiden? Her excellency? Do you think it's just Hyper Bloom?
100% Hyper Bloom. Because there's not actually that many Electro characters that work that well in Hyper Bloom.
Feels fucking bad for, the fucking Archon.
Yeah.
Raiden Hyper Bloom. So I mean, there's obviously Xingqiu, there is Yelan, and there is Kokomi. Is there a Hydro I might be not giving enough credit here?
Candace can work.
Oh yeah, that's true. I have her C6, thank God.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Nevidet can work, but that's not where we're using Nevidet.
Yeah.
You could
And then
do
for
Child
Yeah.
if you like really need a Hydro.
Okay, how do you do that with Child where you skill,
You
burst
accept
whatever?
that some of your rotation is going to be spent doing charge attacks.
That's what I was afraid of.
Yeah, I know.
But okay, fair
yeah.
enough. And then the Dendros, there's a lot of options here. Nahida,
Mhm.
Kale, Yao Yao. I can make the Dendros work.
I think if you use a good Hydro, you can use a bad Dendro, but if you use a bad Hydro, you need to use a good Dendro.
Feel that. Okay. Well, let me put these bullets just to make this a little bit
Yeah,
more.
the Chlorine Venti thing you can probably delete.
The which one?
Chlorine Venti.
Roger that. Okay. So, going back up to the list. Claran, Yai Miko. Yeah, Yai Miko. I mean, she's kind of an off-field that she's like a role filler, in my opinion.
I think it's good to
Ka-ching.
use her either in a Navia team or a Chevalier's team.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with Navia too, for sure.
Or you could do with Tichnari. That's another option.
Yeah.
Like,
Yai with Nav, Tai, or what was the last one?
it was...
Shit. Okay.
I think it actually should be Tichnari, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you could probably do a 3-unit team plus any Cryo Shitter second side with that, and it should be fast enough.
Tainari, Yai Miko, Cryo, and what would the last element be, you think?
I think you either get VV for Yai, or just a random unit that, like, functions.
Fair. Okay.
Maybe you could do
Ka-ching.
Sethos with like just 4 hold 2 charge shots.
Just charge off and switch off.
Yeah.
Okay, what about Ka-ching? I gotta admit, I'm a little bit scared of where I gotta get Ka-ching.
Yeah, I think you could. I think Kutsing is gonna end up going in one of the taser teams. Either with Venti or with Kazuha. Like on the animal units that don't have anything they can do after using their skill burst, you can then swap to Kutsing, use EQ, and then back to the animal unit.
Yeah, Venti, Lynette, Sayu, I guess.
Is your
Sayu's gonna
Lynette
be on
C6?
No, she's not.
Okay. Not with Sayu though. I think Sayu you definitely want to do. You definitely want to roll around.
Yeah. Okay. Ka-ching. Yoimiya. Yeah, this is where it's like. That's what I was gonna clear with was Yoimiya, Yelan, Yunjin, Mika. Mika's probably not 100% necessary. Well, actually with Cryo.
Yeah, you definitely want to do this, 100%. The only thing is like, Hu Tao might be better than Yoimiya in that team.
Well, I mean, she definitely is, but it's like, where else is Yoimiya gonna go? Like, it's nice using a worse character, like Yelan having the ability to.
The thing
carry
is,
it,
like, Hu Tao isn't going to be a good character unless you use Singto with her, right?
But like Yoimiya.
So either you use Yoimiya with Yelan and Hu Tao with Singto, or if you think you're going to end up needing Singto somewhere else, use Hu Tao with Yelan, and you just use Yoimiya as a shitter you put on a team. Like, she could work in the Kazuha Emily team. I actually did a few days ago some air fryer clears with Yoimiya because people wanted me to play Yoimiya first side, and I was like, yeah, okay, buddy.
Look at Yoimiya go.
Hell yeah. I heckin' love Favonius Bow Yoimiya.
All right, so next we've got Mualani, who we talked about. Pyro Traveler, Xiangling, Toma. We can kind of.
I don't think Toma's gonna work well in this Abyss. The AoE stuff is too rough, I think.
Oh, Xinyan. How could I forget?
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
The problem with Xinyan is that if her shield is so small and she stops applying pyro once it gets broken.
It's so bad, this shield.
Yeah.
It blows my fucking mind, actually.
So the question is just, are we using Xiangling with Molani or Ganyu? I think it's better to use it with Molani because at worst, Ganyu can be used as a cryo for the second side.
Okay, well, I'll just keep this Xinyan. I'll keep the question marks. Like, nothing's for sure. Okay, Mulani. Farina, to me, is kind of like, can work with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Do you think she... Well, I was going to say, do you think she's better on the top or the bottom? But it's like, she's kind of like the same on both.
Yeah. I think the main thing with Farina is like, does she enable you to make a team with 3 shitters that can clear? And I think she does with Noelle.
Farina plus Farina, Noelle, carry. I don't know. I don't really know if that's enough damage.
What are the Geo units you have left?
Let's check. Yunjin, technically. Kachina, Navia. Zhongli, Shalonen.
This might be where you use Zhongli then.
With Noelle?
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
yeah, I
for
like
the
the
shred.
res. I'm not super thrilled about the doubling up on shield usage, but like...
It's not about the shield, it's about the shred. I'm pretty sure Noelle, Zhongli, Farina plus a shitter is gonna be enough for the first side.
I agree. I mean, Farina carrying Noelle, Zhongli, and someone isn't that bad when I think about it.
Mm-hmm. Like, Jolie's not
Yeah.
actually that good in a challenge like this, you know?
Yeah, because like the shield is amazing, the shred is amazing, but he has to be put with characters that can utilize it.
The
And
team
then
needs
those
to
characters,
already be able to clear without him, pretty much, for him to actually be good
yeah,
on a team.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the
And,
best point. Is
mhm.
like they could clear without him if you like could dodge every attack or whatever. So yeah. Okay.
You could also put Kachina in this team and put Zhongli with Navia. That also works. I think
Yeah.
it's like Zhongli and
Okay.
Kachina respectively will go with Noelle Navia, but not sure which to which.
Okay. So I can put Navia with ZL or Kachina. Okay. I do think Navia needs a little bit more support than that.
You could do Yai something. You could do Beto something. You could do. You could do.
GOMC.
Yeah, you could do triple Geo with GOMC and like Ganyu actually on the second side. Wait, I kind of like that actually.
So like Navia, GOMC, one of these two, and Ganyu.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Ganyu just shooting some raw charge attacks in the downtime isn't the like worst idea ever.
I don't think you'll have any downtime here though.
Would be what, like normal attacking with Navia?
I think normal attacking on Navia is better than charge attacking on Ganyu for sure.
Yeah, you're probably right. Baby, baby, tonight. Okay, I'll keep these in mind. Next, Nuvolette we talked about with Child. Nilu, is Nilu just gonna get carried? Like,
I guess the question is, can you use Nahida with her or not? Is there... I think if you do Nilo Nahida, you enable yourself to play like Barbara, who's like an Omega shitter.
Hey.
And yeah, sorry. I know you're a Barbara salesman, but like in a challenge like this, you gotta agree she's an Omega shitter.
I agree. She's like a you need Hydro somewhere. And, well, you need Hydro here. So I can do that. Barb, Nilu plus Nahida. Okay, but let's do Nilu if we don't have Nahida. It would be like
I think Nilo without Nahida is just gonna struggle to. I mean, maybe you could do DMC Cole if you want to use both of them on the same team. You could do that even with Barbara.
I really don't, but I get what you're saying.
Because like at the
Nilu
end of the
DMC
day, it's not like you can make that many different Dendro teams until you run out of like Hyper Bloom triggers. You know. Like, if you try to think about it, like, as optimistically as possible, how many teams are going to be Dendro teams? You'll have a Hyper Bloom team with Raiden, a Hyper Bloom team with Kuki, maybe a Hyper Bloom team with EMC, a Nilo team. And that's kind of it, right?
the Hyper Blooms, any burn melt we try to pull off. Can each. Sorry, I was changing the song.
If we end up using Ganyu with Navia instead of in a melt team, I think Nahida goes with Nilo. Otherwise, I think you do the double Dendro.
Yeah, that's fair.
The thing is, I think the double Dendro is enough. So you could just keep Nahida for something else.
Yeah, that's why I have 2 in the notes. Is like if Nahida is just perfect for something else, then we'll switch it up. So Yelan, I should probably just. Do I have Yoimiya Phil / Yelan? I'm just gonna put Yelan as like Yelan Hyper Bloom / Hutao Phil.
I don't think you ever use Yelan in a Hyper Bloom in a challenge like this, because you have too many carries, too many Pyro carries that really want to be put with either Yelan or Singto. And
Yeah.
Yelan will be better, or Yelan is a lot worse than Hyperbloom, and generally slightly better with those pyro carries, assuming you like do everything properly.
Okay, I'll put Diluc. I'll put Yoimiel.
I don't
Fu
think
Tao.
Diluc can clear on a team with two shitters with Yelan.
I don't think so either.
Whereas Yoimiya can, so I don't think Diluc ever goes here. I think Diluc is one of the Omega shitters you just put in on a team that functions without swapping into your last unit.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah.
But you may just be right. Okay, Klee.
Klee you could end up putting in the air fryer team you do with Kazuha, if you do that with Emily.
Yeah, totally right. She's an odd fielder. I think she does like okay damage,
Yeah.
especially with Kozlov.
yeah,
on a Pyro,
exactly.
That's kind of the team she wants to be on. I think Klee's best teams are that and what's it called, Farina. But
Yeah.
if Farina's,
I'm pretty sure it's
maybe
enough
it's more
damage even
Klee.
without Bennett or Farina, just with a shitter last slot with Klee.
Say that again.
I'm pretty sure it's enough damage with just Klee, Kazuha, Emily. And you can use a worthless shitter last slot like Diluc.
Dude, Pyro Res. Thanks, Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's go Klee. Doing things. Noel, Diluc, we talked about. Sayu, Sucrose, Diona. Can be Phil. Cookie's going to be Hyperbloom for sure.
And Diona
Beto,
probably
Phil.
ends up being used as Phil in the gumming team, maybe. Either...
Diona?
yeah, like that's one of the things you could do, because 200 EM is pretty big for gumming.
Well, how about we just type in Gaming right now? So we go Gaming, Diona, Lali, and fucking anybody.
Yeah.
Phil. Phil it is. Hydro
Yeah.
Traveler. Okay. Okay, so Calais is filling, Xingqiu, Barb, Toma, Chev, we wrote down. Shalonen is filling for a team that needs it.
Mm-hmm.
Shao. This is kind of a toughie.
Yeah. Shao might just be a VV support in a challenge like this.
Wait, can he work? I know this sounds crazy. Can he work on the top side just normal attacking? Like not even charge attacking?
Yeah, but he's not level 90, is he?
No, but
Yeah,
in case break in case of emergency, I could level like 2 characters to 90. I'm willing to do that.
Okay. I mean that's a consideration, but I don't think it's that good either. I think there might be 11 better top sides that leave you with some stuff. And
I wouldn't mind if that
honestly,
were the case.
random animal units as VV is still fine to keep. Especially because you'll have a few animal units you're using as, like, swirl carries, which means you have less animal units left as VV supports.
True. Okay. Chaska we got. Shenhe we got. Aloy's getting carried. Chi-Chi can fill. Tilali. Sino. I mean, he could... I was going to say he could be on a Hyperbloom-ish team, but...
Yeah.
Might be a
We
little too much.
decided not to do Klein with Venti, so you could do Sino with Venti.
He hits up there.
Kind of.
Okay. So it kind of seems like he's going to get carried by some team.
Yeah.
Get carried? LOL?
Like, I
Get
think
carried,
it's a
LOL?
Sino Venti official Candace angle.
Sino Venti official. You think Candace on this team?
Yeah, because you want to get Hydro for all the reactions you get out of it, but you don't. I don't think you need to use a good Hydro with Sino Venti official.
All right, that's fair. Hydro Candace? Question mark. I'll write that down. All right, Kanich. We kind of talked about him potentially doing some Hyperbloom thing.
Yeah.
But he could also just be on a burn carry type thing.
I think it actually should be Kanich Hyperbloom. Because I think his teams, if you don't end up having Bennett or Emilie, are like really weak.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing about Kinetic Hyperbloom is, like, he still does pretty reasonable damage. Just, like, on a normal build.
Yeah.
But he's also enough Dendro to reliably enable your Hyperbloom stuff.
That's true.
Like,
It's
I
just
think
like-
he's the Dendro you should use on your right on Hyperbloom team.
Can each Hyperbloom with Raiden. Okay, but who's the Hydro? Here?
I think that's where I'd use Singto.
Dang.
And then that lets you do a complete shitter last. Maybe that's where you use Fremine.
Fremen A. Poor
So
guy.
you can
Alright.
do it on Swanee.
I'll keep that in mind. Emily talked about the top. Goro we already
Yep.
used. Ingwang's kind of gonna backpack. Kachina's flexible.
Mm-hmm.
Lynette's flexible, very useful. Farzan top side for sure. You think Hazo's like a top side, just VV fill, probably?
If you're not leveling that many units, I'd 100% level Farazan over Hazo. Hazo's a bit lower priority, especially because he can use TTDS if you use him as a like VV support.
Farzan's also like a cute anime girl, and Hazo isn't. So this is like something we have to factor in, at least in my formula. Lanyan, decent.
Yeah, Lanyan, same thing as Hazo, where like she definitely can be a carry on one side, but she also has the ability to be better as a VV support.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I do remember those. Charlotte's filling, Fremine's filling, Mika's filling, Layla's filling, Chong and Kaya done. Sethos, I think can kind of fill, but he also just kind of sits on a few of these teams.
Yeah, I
we
think.
talked about.
Yeah, like the Yai Tafnari
Even the
might be
Kachin.
enough with Sethos plus a Cryo.
Yeah.
The biggest issue is just that your Sethos isn't 90, so like his aggravate stuff is a lot worse.
Yeah.
So it's probably better to focus on the charge attack build over the normal attack build because it loses less. Not being 90.
Do you think Sarah would go on the Cloran Chev team?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Sounds like it to me too.
With
Just saying, I'm getting
Channeling.
down the list.
You could
So to
also use
me-
Sarah with Beto. Wherever she ends
Yeah.
up, depending on like what you have available for the other teams.
Dude, we're almost done with the whole list.
Mm-hmm.
Getting to the sports, Dory's like a fill. Razor is like a. I think he's just gonna end up being a fill.
Yeah, he's gonna get wheelchaired.
Elisa, I don't even think is that bad.
I agree.
I think she can boost some damage and all that.
I
for
think
certain
Lisa
teams.
might actually be better than Sethos on the Tilthnutty thing.
Well, I agree that she's better, but it's like Sethos just gonna have to go somewhere worse, right?
Mm-hmm. But you could always end up using one of them like as a shitter somewhere.
Yeah. And Oran's filling. Kirada's cool. Candace is cool. Gao Ming we talked about. Yan Fei we talked about with who again?
I
Could be on God.
think.
Yu.
Yeah, I think Yanfei just ends up being used as a shielder shitter
Yeah.
and like power resonance.
Shinyan, hopefully that can work with Mualani.
I think we
not-
go channeling Molani, not Shinyan. So Shinyan ends up being used as a shitter somewhere as well.
Shinyan could probably get carried by Chev, Claran, Sara.
True.
I hope.
True,
Oh.
actually. If the overload is going to help you keep your shield longer because the enemies will be staggered so they won't be hitting you. You can
Yeah.
go fully M Shinyan because she's going to trigger overload.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
actually, I think that's actually the play for sure.
All right, I'll write EM so I don't forget. Well, I'm looking at a wall of text and I can't find what I want. Zinyan, Yamiko. Holy guacamole. I'm almost there. Correct. Shepard. I'm blind. Oh, it's all the way at the top. That's why. Okay, stupid. Okay, but then it's all the travelers. Pyro T. But we talked about the teams where Pyro T
Pyro
is gonna
Traveler
work.
can be used in a lot of different teams, so you're fine with
Yeah.
that. Animo Traveler,
Agreed.
I think maybe you end up using with Molani for your VV,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe any team that needs VV. Geo Traveler, we said was gonna go with Navia.
Mm, Geo MC. Okay.
That's Nilo, not Navia.
Electro.
That's you put him with Nilo, not Navia.
You're right. I saw an N.
I think it was
Sorry.
already there on the Navia one.
Oh, it's all the way up here. No, it's not.
No?
You could see I'm very organized.
Yeah.
GMC. Cool. All right.
Yeah,
Electro
with
Traveler.
GMC plus Ganyu. And so you can use it on second side. And you got Cryo for Swanee. And Ganyu applies enough Cryo that you get all your shells on Navia.
Be saucy. PT, AT, GT. Electro T. What teams did we talk about? Tasers.
I think I would end up using Electro T in the Nahida Hyperbloom one.
Like on top of another Electro, or as the Electro?
As the Electro. Well, actually, you
I
haven't
see.
used Kuki in anything yet, so maybe not.
Yeah, Kuki is still up in the air. But then Dendro T and I think Hydro's just gonna need to get carried, right?
Yeah.
Slapper on Fav. Drop a skill and a burst every once in a while.
What?
Dude.
What should the... Yeah, I think when it comes to Dendro teams, you'll do Nilo with Barbara and then, like, Cole DMC. You do Kinich Hyperbloom with Raiden Singto and a shitter. And you do Nahida Hyperbloom with Kuki. But which Hydro should you use?
Sorry, this is Hyperbloom with Kuki and who?
With
Kuki and
Nahida.
who?
I think Nahida, that's the best use for Nahida.
Well, you know who would just fucking roll this shit? Constellation 6.
Kokomi, yeah.
Fucking A, that would be a really fast clear. Was Kokomi on here? Did I mess up this whole thing? Do I have 89 characters again?
She is. I think you just skipped her earlier.
I got
At the top, first row, between Nahida and Chiori.
All right, thank goodness. Yeah, dude, Kokomi, that team will clear so fast. I could run such a doggy, like.
Yeah, that's true.
That feels good. That feels good. Dude, Zajef, bro, I gotta be honest. With your time, coaching, expertise, I have never felt more confident about this challenge.
This is gonna be a dub.
Whew, I got all next week to get this done. Dude, this is a funny
You'll
thing.
get it done by
about this
tomorrow.
challenge.
Trust.
Huh?
Trust.
Just
Done
stay
by
up all night?
tomorrow. 100%.
All right. I'll pop a few Red Bulls.
Hell yeah.
Dude, I was gonna say, it's funny for this challenge. There's so many little things that you would never think of, but like the Abyss card of the day, like literally depends. Like that changes what teams you should use like for that day, right? Isn't that funny? Like,
Yeah.
okay, you have EM card. It's like, well, today I'm using the fucking Hyperbloom T.
Hell yeah.
And then like today I had the crit, so it's like, well, I need to use the characters that just, you know, hit stuff, that don't need the reactions like super hard. Like, I don't know. It's like, it's very interesting. That's like a legit factor in this. But damn. Whew. Well, dude, seriously, thank you for all the time.
It was
I hate
fun.
that I hope you don't feel like I'm rushing you. It's just I unfortunately have.
Hey,
this
no
fucking
worries.
thing.
No, I'm getting a little tired too. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, man, you're going on what, like a 8-hour stream?
I don't think it's been that long. 6:40.
6:40. All right.
Short stream, you know.
Never mind then. You got more time in you.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I gotta spend some resin, but I'll just do that off stream. All right, Zajef, bro, genuinely, thank you. I appreciate you, my friend, and I cannot wait to come back to you with news of our victory. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna be on the trophy. It's gonna be at the bottom. Like, it's probably gonna be kind of small. But like, you'll be on the trophy. I promise.
Huge. You can hit me up
Well, alright,
anytime if
bro.
you got any more questions too.
Yeah, oh yeah, DMs or something for sure. And dude, maybe like I try this for 3 days and like I need to come back to you. Like
Yeah.
I will reach out. I promise.
Progress
chat,
updates, hell yeah.
Hey, say thank you to Jeff. Drop a fucking salute, and obviously go check out his channel if you haven't already. I mean, he's like the numero uno theory crafter man. You guys always ask me who to pull for, and I say the hottest girl. Okay, so Jeff will give you a much more thorough answer than that. So go check him out, baby. All right. So Jeff, bro, appreciate the fuck out of you, man. I really do.
You should pull for
I hope you have a
Singto.
great rest of your
Alright.
stream. Thank you to your chat for sitting with me, and dude, have a great night, man.
Hey, you too. Bye-bye.
All right, peace. Bye, dude.
Alright, so I hope you guys enjoyed. I had a lot of fun with that. Honestly. I think it's a really cool challenge, but I don't have the patience to do it myself. But that's Eeks' content in general, man. I see him doing shit and I'm like, that's like really good content, but I would sooner do a fucking waterboarding stream than be forced to do that challenge. You know? Anyways, I think that's gonna be it for today. Do I have a video to post? Let me check. It's a literal example that is literally torture? Yeah, it is.